we are going to get started. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us in today's post-purchase class. This post-purchase class is designed for those buyers or those homeowners that have already moved into their house or about to move into their house. And we made this class, so we established this class so that we can help you be successful long-term homeowners, okay? Throughout the day, we are going to be having various topics on items that you need to know once you're already a homeowner, right? The first classes that you were taking with us at Dallas Area Habitat, that was pre-purchase education. So that is before you even purchase a house. So now once you are living in the house or about to move into the house, we just don't want to let you lose there, right? We want you to still educate you on what to expect once you're in the house. So today we are going to have various presenters that are going to be presenting on various topics that are going to be beneficial to you as the homeowner. So the first presenter that we have today, we have Ms. Catherine Saldana. She's with the Legal Aid of North Texas, and she's going to be speaking to us about legal affairs and wills, okay? So that's very important because now you have an asset, right? So how do you safeguard that asset and so that it doesn't land on hands that you don't want it to land, right? So it is very important for you to know how to safeguard that asset. Now, you do have access to ask questions, unmute yourself and mute yourself. You can turn on your camera if you choose to. But the reason that we have this is that because most of the conversation is going to be, most of the presentation is going to be conversational, okay? So Ms. Kathy is going to present on a couple of things. But, you know, if you have any specific questions, you know, make sure that you ask your questions. This is why we do these classes, so that you can answer your own questions and get all the information that you need, okay? And again, thank you so much for joining us today, Ms. Kathy. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having me. I've done this a few years now, and I enjoy chatting with everybody and finding out what they're doing and what they need to do, and that's what we're here for. So basically, I'm just going to cover briefly the advantages and disadvantages. If you have a will, obviously there are many advantages to that. And then if you die without a will, there are a lot of disadvantages that you need to be aware of so that you can start planning what we call estate planning. We do a lot of probate. And so we see the other side where someone dies and there's not a will, and then it goes to people that it's not intended to. So we try our best to spread the word that we do estate planning as well. So basically, the laws of Texas, I need to make one statement because we hear this a lot. If you die without a will, it doesn't mean that the state of Texas is going to take your property. So a lot of people think that, and that's not true. What it does mean is that if you die without a will, then you've lost the right to decide who gets your property. So the state of Texas has laws that say if someone dies without a will, these are who the heirs are. And the heirs will be all of you. For example, it would be all of your children, and maybe you have children from a prior relationship and now you're married and you bought a house and you didn't leave a will that leaves your half of the house to your wife. Then guess what? Your wife's still not going to get that half. It's going to go to all of your kids, whether you have kids from someone else or kids from your own marriage. We call that a blended family when you have children from other relationships. So that makes it hard because if your wife, the surviving spouse, gets along well with the other children, then maybe they will deed their interest to her, so she has the house for the rest of her life. But that doesn't happen. A lot of times when someone dies, you know, people get greedy and they want their share of whatever it is. So making a will is the most important thing to do, especially now that you have this wonderful asset, this house. So what's involved in doing a will? Well, it's better to have an attorney. Don't use a form off the internet because you run the risk that the laws of Texas will not be compatible with that particular will. Then you would have an invalid will. So make sure you find an attorney and that you tell them they'll give you an estate planning sheet to fill out, which basically wants you to think about who your heirs are, who your family members are, all of your family members. It's like creating a family tree. And then you also need to list your assets. And then with each asset, the paperwork that you fill out will say, I want this asset to go to my wife, or I want all of it to go to my wife, or maybe you have a particular guitar or a motorcycle that you want to give to a certain person, you can. But so the will take care of all of that. It'll also allow you to choose who's going to handle your affairs once you have died. What does that mean? Well, the will have to be probated through the courts. So you would name someone you trust. It could be your surviving spouse. It could be an adult child that you think would be able to handle it. It can be anybody. It can be a friend. But by doing that, you're choosing someone you know and trust that will carry out the will as your wishes dictate. It will also allow you to say, I want that person to serve without a bond. Well, why is that important? Because if you don't put that in there, that you're waiving the bond, then they're going to have to put a percentage of what your value of your assets are, which a lot of people don't have the money for that. And that would be costly. It'll also allow you to choose a guardian, should you have minor children or an incapacitated adult child that you need to take care of. And then it will also allow for you to have it will also allow for you to exclude family members if that's what you want to do. So the laws of Texas, when it comes to wills, they don't make you leave everything to your children. You can, a lot of people do, but you're not required to. You can leave it to a friend. Let's just say you bought this house and you're single, and you, down the road, you have a girlfriend and she moves in with you, and you think, I think I want the house to be left to her. But if you never do the will, guess what? She's going to be out in the cold. Your wishes are not going to be carried out, even if she says, but he always said he wanted me to have the house. Well, if that's not in a written will with all the formalities that are required under Texas law, then your heirs are going to get them. And if you have children, it would be your children. If you have, if you're still married to someone else and you never bothered to divorce, well, that person's going to get an interest in the house. Your family members, siblings, parents. So if you want to really make sure that your assets are distributed at your death based on your desires, then you really need to have a will. The disadvantages are really, well, it's basically the state telling you, you're not going to make that decision because you didn't write a will. We're going to decide now who gets to take, and so it's not always it's going to be more expensive. It's going to require hiring an attorney. It's also going to require the court appointing a different attorney to make sure that the first attorney that's handling the estate and whoever's the applicant wanting to move forward with the estate didn't leave anyone out. So this could be children from a different relationship. And so the second attorney who's court appointed would then make sure that no one was left out, so, and that's real important, but it does make it very expensive. And then you could end up depleting a lot of the estate because you're spending it on attorneys and court time. Now, I'm going to open it up in a few minutes for questions, but I did want to cover that when you do go see an attorney for estate planning, for will drafting, they're also going to cover other documents as well. And I know right now the focus today is on wills, but there are other estate planning documents that are equally important, and these have to do with when you're alive. And these are a statutory power of attorney. That's someone who can handle your financial affairs should you be incapacitated and be unable to do so. And then you have the medical power of attorney, which should you be incapacitated and you are unable to communicate with your doctor, then of course that person, the agent you have designated, will speak on your behalf. And it should be someone you trust, someone who knows what you want and what you don't want. And then there's also going to be a directive to physicians. That power of attorney is basically, it's not a power of attorney, but you're basically telling, if I end up with a terminal illness, do I want to just be made comfortable in the end, or do I want to be resuscitated? But that's a very simplistic term, but the estate planning attorney would explain all of those documents to you. And those are important because they're important during your lifetime, should something happen. And then the will, of course, starts the minute you pass away. So I'm going to open it up to questions to see if anybody has any. So.
All right, Ms. Tracy, it seems like you have a question. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, yes, I was just thinking, let's say if I have my wishes like written down on paper and I get it notarized, would that have any effect, or that's invalid?
It would not be valid because the laws of Texas require that when you sign a will, well, there's two kinds of wills. Let me back up. There's two kinds of wills. There's an attested, or what we call a formal will, where you sign in front of witnesses and in front of a notary. And the witnesses also have to notarize their signature in front of that same notary. And there's also a few other formalities that are involved with a will. So if you don't follow through with the requirements, then you could end up with an invalid will. But just getting it notarized is not enough. Now, there is a second type of will, and it's called a holographic will, which is in the testator's handwriting, which you would be the testator, and it's signed by the testator, but no one else signs on that document. But then it's not that easy. You have to actually use the correct language. You can't say, for example, I would like for my boyfriend to have my house. Well, would like is different from I give my house to my boyfriend. Do you see the difference in the words?
Yes.
So if you don't have the right intent in your holographic will, then it's not going to be valid either. So it's always better to go up to an attorney and have them. Now, we do them at our office. Of course, we are, being legal aid, we follow the Legal Services Corporation, which is the federal poverty guidelines. So if you income qualify for us, we could certainly help you with a will. There's also the Dallas Bar Association has a referral service where you can find, I think it's 30 minutes for $20. You can sit with someone and they can explain to you, why you need these documents and how much they would charge. And if you want to use them, you can, or you can use someone else. But it's very important to get it right, because if you don't, then, it's not, you went to all that trouble, but without meeting the formalities required, you're not going to have your wishes carried out. So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else have a question?
Ms. Jean, you can unmute yourself.
So if a will is not written, would the property automatically go to the children?
It depends. If you are married, when you buy the house, then Texas has community property laws. So your half would go to your children if you die without a will, and the other half would go to your spouse because you each have a half. Now, if that's how you want it, that's fine. But you're also going to have to you're going to have to include all of your children. So children before this marriage, children during this marriage that are a product of this marriage, and then you've got 10 people, 5 people, however many children you have, that are going to have to split your half. And the problem with that is that what if that one of them wants to sell his interest out? Then you're looking at a lawsuit that's going to force the partition of the place, which means that the court would say we're going to have to sell the property and everybody splits up. And do you really want that for your spouse? Do you want your spouse to end up not living in the house because they forced a sale? So that's it. Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Catherine, I have a question. What if someone, you're saying common law? So is that something where you mean that they're both on the title, or just, people say that they're living after 6 months together and receiving mail, then that's common law marriage. So Can you give us more details about that?
That's a great question. Common law in Texas does exist. It does not require a certain period of time. What it does require is that the two people, both of them, not just one, has to hold themselves out as being married and say, when you're out with your friends or family members, this is my wife, this is my husband. And not only do you have to say that, you also have to act like you're married, which means you do, the more evidence you have to prove it, the better. You have joint taxes that you do. You sign on, you buy a house together during that time. And you have joint bank accounts, you have medical insurance together. The more evidence you have to prove it, the better. So let's just say you're in a relationship and you and having children doesn't make it common law, or living with someone doesn't make it common law. So let's just say you're living together, you've been together for years, you decide to buy a house together. You can, and I don't know what Habitat requires, but some financial institutions may require that you actually go fill out a form that you can only fill out at the county clerk's office that declares that you have an informal marriage. And then it'll start at whatever effective date. You might sign it today at the county clerk's office, but you will put a date that ever since September 1 of 2020, we have been common law. So what that does is that establishes a date of marriage. Okay, that it's an informal marriage, but without having to go in front of a judge or a justice of the peace or a minister to get married. But if you don't do that, and if only one of the two people thinks they're common law and the other one never really did assert that they were common law, then you're going to have problems. And we see it a lot with when someone dies, if there's a pension or a retirement with their company or insurance, and if they never bothered to add their spouse or add as the beneficiary to the retirement, the spouse, then that makes it questionable. Then maybe it wasn't intended to be common law. So there are a lot of factors improving. And then one more thing, when someone is in a marriage that's common law where they didn't get married at church or with a JP court, and they didn't submit the marriage license to the county, the person who survived, the surviving common law spouse, has to file probate within 2 years. So if you don't do that, then you've lost the right to claim common law. The same thing is true is, let's say you're common law for a few years and you separate, then if you don't get a divorce within 2 years, then you've lost the right to claim common law, and you lose anything that goes with it, which would be property, issues, bank accounts, retirement, that kind of thing. Okay, so it's something to really take seriously.
Good question. Thank you for answering that. We have Contesta asks, can you change your will as events change in our life, such as getting married or gain more assets, etc.?
Absolutely. It's recommended. Most estate planning attorneys recommend every 5 years you should revisit your will, because relationships change. You may have had, when you first did your will, you might have been single, and then you get married, and then you have children, and maybe you divorce, and now you're thinking, maybe I need to rethink, who I want to leave my things to, my assets to. So yeah, every 5 years or so, as your relationships change, if it's sooner than that, yeah, it's recommended you can go back to the same attorney, you can go to a new attorney, whoever you want. But yes, it is recommended that you reevaluate your relationships, how they've changed, and who you are thinking now should be entitled to your assets.
And of course, to add off that question, she said, and does a trust is a part of that estate planning, correct? So that's additional paperwork or trust?
Yeah, a trust is additional paperwork. It does, if you have assets to put into the trust, then it's probably a good idea to have a trust. It protects, it'll protect your assets maybe before you get married, or if you inherited money, if you want to put it in a trust. If you have young children, you don't ever want to leave anything to minor children, because they don't have the ability to contract it. They're not adults. And so then that's makes it really hard to do anything with the property. So creating a simple will is going to have a contingent trust, and it's only maybe 1 or 2 paragraphs, which basically says, if I have any minor children or incapacitated children or beneficiaries, then I want a trust to be formed to protect them. And then you can name who would be the trustee, because you're going to need that in order for an adult to manage the affairs of the minor child, because children cannot. When we see it a lot where people leave a life insurance beneficiary to a minor, and they can't get their hands on it, the surviving spouse or the parent of that child says, well, I need the money to fund the child. Well, you can't touch it. The money is either held by the life insurance company until the child turns 18, or it's held by the county trust department until the child turns 18. And that's a nightmare when you think about it, because let's just say it's a $50,000, $100,000 policy, or even a $10,000. That's a lot of money to give an 18-year-old. Okay, and they're not going to know what to do with it, and it'll be gone in months. So,
Thank you.
Any other questions, everyone? Seems like no additional questions. Catherine, you want to continue?
Sure. So let me tell you a little bit more about the other documents we have. So you have a, let's start with, they call it a statutory durable power of attorney. People hear about it as a financial power of attorney. And so that one that deals with your property and your bank accounts. Okay, so there's two ways you can draft that. You can draft it so it takes over immediately. Most people don't do that. They draft it so it's only if you become incapacitated, and that would be, a doctor's determination that you're not able to handle your affairs. Then that person would step in. And sometimes incapacitated could just be maybe you're going through some difficult surgeries, or and you are incapacitated just for a brief period of time. Well, then of course they would take over for you. And it's someone you want to trust. You don't want them to drain your account and spend it on things that you never would have spent it on. And it's very detailed. The document, the standard form that Texas has a lot of things that you check. Like you could allow them to do real estate transactions, bank accounts, pay your bills. And then there's also one little check where you give them all those rights, but you can only give them, if you want, you can just limit severely what their rights would be should you ever have that situation. Then you have the medical power of attorney with HIPAA. So everybody's heard about HIPAA, and that's protecting your privacy with regard to your medical records. So it's two documents. So the medical power of attorney would basically say, I designate this person, and you should always have an alternate to speak on my behalf if I'm incapacitated. So let's just say someone's going through a very difficult surgery, I'll just say that. And so should something happen during the surgery that some decisions need to be made, but obviously you're under and you're not able to make that decision, then that person who holds that medical power of attorney would make the decision for you. And again, usually it's better to just have these kick in only when you're incapacitated. And then the directive to physician is, like I mentioned earlier, it's allowing you to tell the doctors whether to continue or discontinue life support under certain circumstances, terminal conditions or illness, okay? And that you're not expected to survive without the support. So if you don't, now back to there are other documents that go with powers of attorney too. And I think, let's see if I have them listed here. There's a declaration of guardian for children, which allows you to name someone to take care of your children. Now, for them to actually get a court order for that, it would have to be done through the family courts in Dallas County, because we're such a large county. We have courts for different purposes. So this would be a recommendation, and it doesn't mean that the court has to appoint that person, but clearly they would do so if everything was right and the person was able to demonstrate to the court that they could carry out your wishes as the guardian for the children. And then we also have a directive for disposition of remains, which allows you to designate how you wish to have your body disposed of. Lots of people now are doing cremation. And so that particular form, it's a simple one page, and you would give in great detail what you want. Some people even put in there where they want their funeral to be, where they want to be buried. You can be as specific as you want, or you can just say, I designate so-and-so to make that decision for me, and then they can go forward with whatever those wishes are. There's also the declaration of guardian for self, and that would be, should you become incapacitated, maybe a guardianship would be needed. And those are very restrictive types of relationships, and they require a court order. And so again, of course, the court would have to decide that, one, you need a guardianship, and two, that person is qualified to serve as a guardian. So anyway, those are documents that are equally important. They're important as far as during your lifetime. And then of course the will takes over once you pass. So I know we see a lot of family law. Most of our work is family law, and we see a lot of relationships where maybe they haven't divorced the first person they're married to, and they have other kids with other people in that same marriage. Well, that does complicate getting divorced because they have to adjudicate the parentage of all the kids, but it also complicates your estate if you don't have all your affairs in order. So you have to make sure that it's a good idea. And I know from personal experience, my father passed away 40 years ago, but he was sick for 2 or 3 years and he had congestive heart failure, and he wouldn't let me do his will. And he said, no. I mean, it was just, I don't want you to do it because I don't need it just yet. Well, that's exactly when you need to do it. It's when you're clear mind and you're taking care of your affairs in the future. Now, that's not saying, you're going to jinx it and something's going to happen to you. It just means that you need to really take care of it. You need to think of your assets. You need to think of your minor children. And you need to make sure that your wishes are carried out. So. Anybody else have any questions?
Ms. Contessa, she said, how can we get a copy of those documents that you're discussing? Well,
you would have to visit with an attorney that is trained and specializes in estate planning documents, and they will advise you. They will carry out your wishes. If you say, well, I want to leave it to my minor children, they'll explain in greater detail than I did today why that's not a good idea and why it can work. But he or she would have other alternatives on how you could leave things to your minor children, but it would have to be in some kind of trust. Okay. So only attorneys have those documents. And it's not, we've seen wills that were off the internet and they're not valid a lot of times because they don't cater to the laws of Texas. And the laws change, so all the more reason you should revisit once you have a will drafted, not just because relationships change, but the laws of Texas change. And so you want to make sure that you've got everything in order and it will be carried out like you want. So,
and Ms. Catherine, question. So how much does this usually cost? Like the affordability? Is it, I know legal aid has different prices, because you guys help with different incomes, but if I was going to just get recommended from a friend or attorney, what is the ballpark number or estimate that they charge?
Yeah, I don't really know because I've never practiced in private practice with regard to planning, but legal aid, they don't have a sliding scale. So if you qualify for our services financially, and what goes into qualifying is not just your income, but how many members are in your household. Okay, so it could be that you might make, for example, it would be a family of 4 would be about $30,000. Now, the more children you have, the more people in your household, they're going to factor that in. So even if you're making more than that, if there's several people in your household that you have a duty to support, then of course you might just qualify for our services. And we do have attorneys, and the program I'm with is a pro bono program. So we partner attorneys in the private sector who want to help people who qualify for our services to get whatever legal assistance they might need, whether it's estate planning or probating their will of a family member. Or doing a divorce or whatever, but we don't charge, and neither does legal aid. They might I take it back. With legal aid, they might in the rural areas of West Texas, they might do it a little bit differently, but for the most part in Dallas, we do not charge. So.
And for those home buyers that purchase a house with Dallas Area Habitat, more than likely, I wouldn't say that you will, but more than likely you will be able to qualify for assistance through the legal aid of North Texas because it is based on income. So I'll suggest for you to give them a call or go through their email and see. Like I said, you have a high chance that you will because you qualify for an affordable program. More than likely, you'll qualify for their assistance.
Now,
yes.
Right now, everything's being done online as far as applying because our in-person clinics are not open because of COVID, but I will gladly email to Porfirio the different ways you can apply online. There's a virtual application through DVAP, the Dallas Volunteer Attorney Program, which is who I work for. And then Legal Aid you can phone in, and there are staff attorneys that take your information by phone. And then there's also a virtual application for Legal Aid, but I can provide all that to Porfirio, so, okay.
And I will send a copy of those, whatever Ms. Catherine is able to provide me. I'll send a copy to everyone of our attendees today, if you would like a copy. In the past, I'm not saying that this is something that we might be able to do again, But in the past, we have partnered with Legal Aid of North Texas, and then also with the volunteer pro bono program to stop by the office and maybe assist people to do wills. So that might be something that we might revisit again. We'll see how that goes. Okay. Sure. Any other questions that's anyone else have? It's good information today. Yeah. I was looking at and Jessica and Cesar, they looked at each other when you talked about marriage.
Oh, it is something to think about with blended families. It really, truly is, because, and this is why. So if you, whether it's a marriage or you just have children with someone else in a prior relationship, and I don't pretend to know your facts, but let's just say you and Jessica have, one of you has, or both of you have children from other relationships, but then you buy this house. Well, if I were the wife, I would say, well, we bought this house together. I think we should have a will that says, if something happens to you, I get your interest. And if something happens to me, I get, then you get my interest. Because if you don't, I mean, you're both paying for the house. You're working hard to make sure you keep the house. And you want, if it's the two of you, that's the blood, sweat, and tears to get that house, why do you want other people involved in who takes your house? And it's never pretty when someone passes away and they die without a will, because then everybody wants something. And so it's better to put your affairs in order and say, my half goes to my spouse. And actually, when you do couples estate planning, it's usually a little bit, the attorney represents both of you, and most likely you want to leave it to the other spouse. So that usually is not as expensive, because it's not going to be as complex. But then again, I don't know the exact prices that people charge, but it's just a good idea, because you don't want your wife having worked all that time. She's obligated on the note because you passed, or the husband, either way. And now she's got all these other people saying, I have a share in that house. I have a share in that house. And then what do you do? Well, you're going to end up having to sell the house, because when someone dies and they're married, they leave their spouse a life, they get a share of the house. If it's community property, they have a half of it, but they don't have 100%. And without 100%, then they don't get to make the decisions on whether they can afford to stay in the house or if they want to sell it and move somewhere else. And it just makes it really complicated. If you're single when you buy the house and then you get married, and you die without a will, then your spouse is going to get a life estate. It's automatic. They get a life estate to stay in the house for the rest of their life. And then the heirs get their interest afterwards. But then again, then you get into who pays the mortgage, who pays the taxes. And no one's ever happy when there's a lot of people, someone's living in the house, the other people own an interest, but they can't do anything with it. And it just creates problems. So it's always better to have a will.
That's right. Now, Ms. Catherine, what if the marriage happened outside of the United States? Does the same law still affect?
Yeah, you can, yes. It's a valid marriage. We consider it a valid marriage. Just like you came from Mexico and married, you come here and for whatever reason, years down the road, you want a divorce. We don't make them prove to us you got married. We handle a divorce for you. And we allege in the paperwork that you married in Mexico on whatever date that was. So, or whatever country you came from. So yeah, it would be the same. We don't require proof. No.
Awesome. Anyone else have any questions for Ms. Catherine? Feel cold outside still? Well, Ms. Catherine, it seems like no one else have any additional questions. I have provided the link to Legal Aid of North Texas. Is that the best way for them to get a hold of you, or any assistance, or is it the volunteer?
The Dallas Volunteer Attorney Program is who I work for. I'm an employee of Legal Aid, but I'm a mentor attorney with the Dallas Volunteer Attorney Program. But we partner DVAP, the Dallas Volunteer Attorney Program, partners with senior senior source, and just like you had mentioned earlier that we had done in the past with you, well, we do the estate planning, and we get attorneys to come in and meet with the people, and then now this is pre-COVID, and then the attorney goes back and fills out the paperwork, and then there's a will signing, 5 or 6 weeks down the road. So we could do something like that too with you with for your program. So.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to provide the link to Dallas Volunteer Attorney Program in here as well.
And that link might have the information on the virtual application. Truthfully, I haven't looked at it in a while. And so does the legal aid link, possibly Legal Aid of Northwest Texas. But I'll send that to you anyway, just in case. And I don't know when our clinics are going to open again. But right now, I think most attorneys, some attorneys that are in private practice as probate attorneys and state attorneys, they do the will signing. Some of them do, it's really funny, they do sidewalk or driveway will signing because they want to do it outside because of COVID. So they bring a notary with them, and sometimes it's a family member that notarizes for the attorney, or the attorney notarizes, and they bring witnesses and they do the will signing outside. Some of them do it in their offices, and they do it by, spacing sufficiently away, 6 feet or more from the different people that are there, the witnesses, the testator, the notary. So there's different ways to do it. They're getting creative during COVID. But once we're back, like we were pre-COVID, it'll be so much easier to get things done. But don't wait too long, because you really want to make sure your affairs are in order. So.
That's right. You don't want to wait, prolong any of this. All right. So, Ms. Catherine, thank you so much for joining us today and giving us this valuable information.
Yes, congratulations to all of you homeowners. That's just wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful.
Like I said, some of them have already been in their house for, I want to say, a little bit under a year now. Mm-hmm. And then 1 year.
1 year.
Yeah, 1 year. Jessica's been there for 1 year. We have some other ones that are soon to move in, like Miss Tracy Forbes, Brian Sanchez, soon to move in, Javier, Jean. Miss Jean has been in there for 3 or 4 months already. So we have a variety. 3 months for Brianna Johnson. So we have a variety in here.
That's wonderful. Good luck to all of you. And I know this is a lot of information to give you in a short time, but it's certainly worth looking into. So.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much. Okay.
Sure, thank you.
All right. You have a good one. All right, guys. So what we are going to do next, we are, I forgot to mention earlier that we are going to be doing raffle prizes for you, those people that are here today. So the first raffle item that we're going to raffle is a mini fridge, which I'm not going to tell you what you can put on it. You can put whatever you want in it, but it is a mini fridge. So let me do that. I'm actually fancy today. Look at this. Hold on.
You got.
Okay, this is what I want.
Now again, you do have to be on live. I mean, not live, but be on the call today to be able to win. So, okay. He's the winner.
All right. So we have a mini fridge that we are going to raffle today. And let's see.
Prefer we're gonna tell them about all the other raffles, or other prizes. We're gonna wait until it happens until later. I forgot to mention if we're gonna.
Caesar.
Congratulations, Caesar.
All right, Caesar. So you won your raffle, a mini fridge. Like I said, I'm not going to tell you what you can put in it. You can put whatever. And later on, we will have other raffle prizes. We have a Ring camera. We also have a dehumidifier. Okay, so for all those people that are in a homeowner, especially with Habitat Homes, that's one thing that I always mention to y'all in our walkthroughs is like your house, it's so well insulated that you will need a dehumidifier. Okay, so we will have that, and then we also have a grill that we're going to raffle later on today. Okay, so we'll see. Who are the next lucky winners are. The next section that we are going to have it is with Miss Cheryl Jordan with the Dallas Central Appraisal District. Ms. Cheryl will join us in just a second. But what she's going to be discussing is basically property taxes, okay? So on your property taxes, as you have seen, depending on where you purchase a house, your property taxes will go up, okay? And you are paying property taxes in your escrow account, right? So every month, whenever you make a mortgage payment, remember there are 4 things that you pay, which is your principal, your interest, which most of them don't have, most of y'all don't have an interest if you purchase Dallas Area Habitat. And then you also pay for your escrow account, which includes your property taxes and insurance, okay? So those 4 items are included on your mortgage payment, okay? When the lender told you you will have a fixed mortgage rate, okay? They are referring to your principal and interest. That means throughout the life of the loan, which is going to be for 30 years, that interest rate is not going to change, okay? However, your property taxes and insurance, they will change, okay? And it's probably going to change within the first 2 years and then after that, okay? And it all depends on where you purchase a house, right? So if there's a lot more development, like new houses being built, the property value goes up, then of course your property tax is going to go up, okay? Now, a lot of times, most of y'all purchase a house for an affordable price, right? However, your house is appraised at a different amount. For instance, if your house, you purchase your house for $175, right? But your appraised value was $200,000, right? Your property taxes are going to be based on $200,000, not the loan amount that you purchased a house for, okay? So just know that in the future, whenever the Central Appraisal District starts doing reevaluating the taxes, that's what they're basing it on the value at that time, okay? Not what you purchase a house for, okay? Now, Ms. Cheryl will talk about other things such as if you feel that your taxes are too high, and even though that you have an exemption, okay? The first exemption that she's going to be talking about is going to be the homestead exemption, okay? Every single of y'all that are homeowners are able to apply for that homestead exemption, okay? That doesn't mean that your taxes will be cut out completely. That just means that it would be capped at a certain amount, but it will still increase every year, okay? There are other exemptions that you're able to apply as as you continue to live in the house, such as once you reach age 65 and over, okay? If you ever become disabled, there are exceptions that you could apply for that, okay? But in the case that you have an exception and your taxes still increase, you are able to contest that taxes, okay? So Ms. Cheryl will talk to you about how do you do that, okay? How do you contest those taxes so that in the future, if they say like, okay, your house was appraised at $400,000, right? Well, then if you look at your house and you're like, okay, yeah, I don't think my house is worth $400,000, I shouldn't be paying taxes on $400,000. So then what you need to do is contest that. And there's a board that you basically sit in front of and say like, okay, you are comparing my house to this other house that is actually worth $400,000. My house is only worth about $200,000 if that's the case, So this is how my house looks. This is how the other house looks. And this is how the other houses around me look. Okay, so for that, you will need a lot of evidence. Okay, you will need pictures. Okay, so you will need pictures. And then not just pictures, but also past appraisal values of the area. Okay. So again, Ms. Cheryl, whenever she joins, she will be able to talk to us a little bit more about that. Okay. So give me 1 second. Let me go check on her real quick.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Good morning.
Okay, great.
Yes, ma'am. So I was just giving a brief description on what you're going to be discussing. Okay. We talked about you discussing the homestead exemptions. And then, you know, anything that maybe contestments if they don't feel that that's what their house is worth. Okay. So what does that process looks like? So again, today to our attendees, we have Ms. Cheryl Jordan, which is with the Dallas Central Appraisal District. So those are the ones that go around and basically appraise values of the houses and other commercial buildings too. Okay. So she will, I don't think you have a presentation, correct?
I do.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's very detailed. I'll go ahead and go use it, but I'm going to kind of skip through some parts.
Okay.
Because it's a lot more detailed than I think what I need here.
Okay, no problem.
So yeah.
All right, so we can go get started, Ms. Cheryl.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. And I should have sent this, I guess I should have sent this to you, huh?
Yeah, no, that's fine. If you want to, you can send it to me later.
Okay.
And then if you just give us a brief description of what you do at the Central Appraisal District, your title and all that.
Oh, absolutely. I do some of everything at the appraisal district. Personally, my name is Cheryl Jordan. I've been with the Dallas Central Appraisal District for over 30 years. And I try to educate the community on what we do. I'm also the liaison between the appraisal district and all the cities and counties and school districts that we serve, because if the records that we have, the values that we have, we communicate that and provide that to those entities. And so if they have issues with reports or needs anything, they contact me. So I do a lot of other things as well. But the main thing for your importance today, I'm going to try to educate you on the Dallas Central Appraisal District and the Texas Property Tax System. And you can see my presentation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and there's my name. So who are the players? Taxing units, the appraisal district, the state agencies. There are all these different agencies and officials involved in this administration of the property tax system. The taxing units, those are your cities, your school districts, and your counties I talked about earlier. They have a governing body. And then there's also the tax assessor collectors. Dallas County collects taxes for the city of Dallas, Dallas ISD, but there's some offices, tax collectors that, for example, Mesquite has their own tax collector. So there's Richardson and a few others. The appraisal district comprised of a board of directors, the chief appraiser, the board of directors hires the chief appraiser, and then there's an appraisal review board, but they're really not under us, but I'll explain that in just a minute. The state agencies involved are the Comptroller of Public Accounts. They have a property tax assistance division. They kind of study the appraisal districts to make sure we're kind of not, we stay on track with what we're supposed to be doing. And then the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, they're the ones we're licensed with. Our appraisers are all licensed. They go through training and get licensed through TDLR. And then the Texas Education Agency, they're of course responsible for the school districts and helping their funding and whatnot. Back to us, appraisal district. We do have a board of directors, and I'm going to kind of pass through this. You don't really care about our board of directors, but they do appoint the chief appraiser. They do adopt a budget and provide for necessary services. They're not at all involved in the day-to-day activities of our organization. And of course, the chief appraiser now that's the guy who is responsible for all the things that appraisal district related. He is, and of course, we have 230 staff there. The chief appraiser, he cannot appraise all 800,000 properties himself. So obviously his staff is an extension of him. And so what the responsibility is to discover, list, and value properties, administer the exemptions. And we're going to talk about all of these things in just a little bit. We maintain the ownership and the mailing addresses. So when a deed is filed with the Dallas County clerk, we get that information and we update our records so that our appraisal notices and that the tax statements can go out to the right owner and the right mailing address. And most importantly, we deliver a certified appraisal roll to the entities. So our part in this is we come up with the values, we develop what we call an appraisal roll. That's a list of all the properties in Dallas County and their values, the taxes, the owner, and we provide that to the taxing jurisdictions, and then they in turn set a rate and get with the assessor, and they mail their tax bills out. The appraisal review board. Now, the appraisal review board is appointed by the local administrative district judge. It has changed over the years how the appraisal district is selected. It used to be by our board of directors, and now it's by by state laws appointed by the local district administrative judge. Their whole purpose is to settle disputes between the appraisal district and property owners. They're like the jury, if you will. So when you file a protest and you go to a hearing, an appraisal review board hearing, we're going to have an appraiser there presenting our side. You are presenting your side, and then the appraisal review board hearing panel listens to the evidence presented. They make a determination, and then they settle it. They are a body of your peers, just like when you go to be a juror. They have to live in Dallas County and have been here for a couple of years. So those are the three major players that make this property tax system. But there is a fourth player, and that is you, the property owner. You're a big part of this. You pay the taxes. You file for exemptions. You protest your value. You elect the taxing unit officials. Those are the ones that determine your tax rate and your taxes. And you attend the public hearings to provide input on those tax rates. The property tax, what is a property tax? It's a tax that is measured according to value. Ad valorem is a Latin term that means according to value. Tax can be measured different ways, but in Texas, the law says we're going to measure it according to the value. As of January 1, there's that date. We have to value at least once every year, every 3 years, but you'll see as of January 1 again. And then we have to value it at 100% of market value. A lot of people, for whatever reason, they think, oh no, you don't have to value it at 100% of market value. But no, it'd be valued at what you could sell that property for. And speaking of market value, let's get a definition going here. It's again, for property tax purposes, is as of January 1. It's the price at which a property would transfer for cash or its equivalent under prevailing market conditions if, and it has all these different things. But the bottom line is simply stated is what a buyer and will pay and a seller will accept on the open market. That's what market value is, okay? And that's the value that we have to attain. There is only one exception to market value, and that's under this section 23.23 of the Property Tax Code, the limitation on appraised value of a residence homestead. And that's where the exemptions, that homestead exemption comes in, has a big impact on the taxes you pay. So why is there a differentiation between this limitation on appraised value? Well, values have been going up so much over the past 15 years. About 15 years ago, they implemented this, what they call a limitation on value for properties that you use for your homestead. So it's for homesteaded properties only. You have to have had the homestead exemption on your property the previous year in order for this to qualify. And this is huge right here. We cannot increase the value more than 10% from the previous year's appraised value. And sometimes this helps you out more than the exemption, the amount of the exemption itself. But this is the only exception to the market value criteria. I'm not going to go through this right now. The closer we get, if this kind of comes in handy when I give these presentations in the spring, because we're about to, going to be mailing notices and you're going to be protesting. And this was just kind of a detailed explanation because a lot of people had a question on how that limitation is calculated. But this is just a sample notice off of our appraisal, which is on our website and that we often mail out. And again, I'm not going to go through this right now, but as you can see, there's a huge difference between the market value on this, and this is a real property. Last year, the property value was $351,000, but their appraised value, which was the limited value because they had that homestead exemption, and this was a limitation on the 10% cap of $199,000. Huge difference in the amount the tax is going to be calculated for. But again, I won't necessarily go into this right now. So what's the difference between value and taxes? Because people sometimes they get a little bit confused. The value is the financial worth of the property, okay? But the tax is what you pay to the government, which is also known as a levy. So if there's a levy on your property, that's the tax on your property. Okay, now, types of residential properties. What types of properties are there? There are single family residences. We have townhomes, condominiums. You have multifamily, like under 5 units, manufactured homes, also known as mobile homes, and vacant lots. I mean, these are just kind of, I mean, I think you know, single family residences. You've got your, again, your townhomes, your condominiums. You've got your mobile homes or manufactured homes. New construction, you know, we capture all of that. And then of course we value vacant lots as well. So for residential property appraisal, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to have to delineate the neighborhoods, delineate the county into neighborhoods. There are over 5,000 neighborhoods in Dallas County that we have defined. These are homogeneous market areas. They're buildings of similar construction, quality, age, and condition. And they're typically defined by the geographical boundaries, whether it be a natural or man-made. Sometimes it's major streets, highways, creeks. You typically are driving around, you know when you've changed neighborhoods. And then, of course, within the neighborhood, there's going to be access to similar amenities, schools, retail parks. Those are the things we use to try to define a neighborhood, because the importance of neighborhoods is very important in the valuation of what we do. Here is an actual aerial view of neighborhoods in Dallas County. I think this one's up in Carrollton, the Carrollton area. And each color represents a different neighborhood. And so it goes to show that even right here, you see right there in the middle there, something is different about these particular properties, whether it was, maybe they're all of a different architectural style, or maybe these are all an older neighborhood. And then you have these properties right next to it. But we delineate, that's how, to what detail that we go to in delineating these neighborhoods. And within the neighborhood, of course, every building we have assigned a building classification to it. There are over 25 different building classifications. And like I said, every structure is assigned a building class. These building classifications according to basically the characteristics, the type of construction, architectural style, exterior wall materials, square footage range, quality, age, condition. All these different variables go into helping us determine what that building classification is. And the building classifications are specific to that neighborhood. They can differ by neighborhood. So a building class 15 in one neighborhood is not necessarily the same as a building class 15 in another, because each neighborhood is kind of like its own little universe. But these are tools we use to help make sure our values are equitable. Here's an example of a building class 2. It's typically wood shingle siding. They're built, as a rule, these houses were built before 1945. They typically don't have attached garages. And then we go into other details about, you know, what is the roofing material, flooring material. These are the things our appraisers actually use in determining what that building class is. Here's a building class 21. It's a custom brick veneer house that typically has 3 or more baths is the norm. And again, we have, looking at those specific details that help us know how to compare the houses. And we only want to compare similar to similar. And so, again, in this neighborhood reappraisal, we primarily use the sales approach. Now, for this group, I'm only talking about I'm focusing on our residential appraisal. We actually appraise all property in Dallas County, including the commercial properties and the businesses located within those commercial properties. But I'm going to just focus on the residential appraisal. Again, we primarily use the sales approach. What's the sales approach? What are the property selling for? There's also a cost and income approaches, and those are typically used for a lot of the commercial properties. But for the most part, we're looking at what will that property sell for? Again, looking in the neighborhood and its building class. And again, our goal is 100% of market value. We know which neighborhoods to reappraise. We target them, it's determined by the ratio studies. We do a ratio study. We have an external ratio study done by the University of Texas at Dallas, and we do our own internal ratio studies. We actually do ratio studies internally about 3 times a year. And our target neighborhoods, we're going to target the neighborhoods that fall either below 95% or greater than 105%. So if it's too high, we'll reappraise it to bring them back down. That has not been the case in the past many years. But if it's too low, which has kind of been the situation, we're going to reappraise it to try to get it back up to 100% of what its market value is. A ratio study, I talked about that. I mentioned that. That's simply the appraised value that we have on our books divided by the sales price. That's going to give us that ratio. And if we're too low, we're going to reappraise it, try to bring it up. If it's too high, we're going to reappraise it and bring it down. We do appraise all new construction, whether it's a totally new dwelling. A lot of people are doing remodeling now. They're taking existing houses and remodeling them, stripping some, just changing the, maybe changing up the bathroom. They may be stripping it out all the way down to the studs. They may be adding on room additions or repairs. They're doing some major repairs. Their demolitions, if people are tearing them down, we get that information. Some of the higher end, not even necessarily higher end, a lot of people going into that outdoor kitchen, building those outdoor kitchen swimming pools. These are all new construction. And the way we discover these properties is we obtain the building permits from the cities. And in addition to that, where you have people who maybe not take out the building permits that they're supposed to, we've got the concerned neighbor who's saying, hey, they're not paying their fair share. So, but they added on a room, or they built something that we don't know about. So we get emails and calls giving us some information on, and that's another way to discover this new construction. Again, we talked about what we do is develop an appraisal model by the neighborhood and that building class. So we're going to come up with a value per square foot. We're going to apply it to all the same building classes in that neighborhood. But again, this is that building class. And we found that this, of course, results in a more accurate and equitable value. And we have measured all the properties in Dallas County. We have the square footages on them, especially with new construction. We get the blueprint plans just to get that information. We don't keep the plans, but we do get that information. So we also have to not only determine we have the square footage, but we also have to, for the improvement, the law requires us to break out the value between improvement and land. Our goal is to get the total value correct, but we do have to break it out. And then, so how do we determine the land value? We look at the lot sales. If there's a vacant lot that's sold, what did it sell for? That's going to tell us what that land is worth in that particular neighborhood. And then there's also with the tear down sales that we see. People buy a property, they buy a house, and they tear it down. Well, what did they really want? They really just wanted the land. And so that's considered a land sale or a lot sale. So that what they paid for that is what we're going to help indicate what that land value is in that neighborhood. But let's just say you're in a neighborhood where there are no lot sales. They're totally built out. There's been no tear downs. Then we use something called an allocation. Basically, it's a typical ratio or proportion to the land area of the building area. Maybe we say 30% of the value is going to be in the land. So we'll just use that ratio to determine that. However, the total value is what we're trying to get correct. The main thing is that total value correct? So right now our appraisers are in the field. Basically from August through March, they're out in the field doing their appraisals, gathering information. So after the appraisals are complete, we mail appraisal notices of appraised value. I said we mail them. We produce a notice and we put all of them on our website. And so the ones that we actually mail to property owners they meet the criteria. If the value in the property increased in value, if their ownership changed, if there was a loss of a homestead exemption, if it's a new property, a rendered property is an owner provides a rendition. Those are the ones we're going to actually mail to the property owner. Otherwise, we're not going to mail them out. If we didn't change the value or if the value decreased, we don't have to mail a notice, and we typically don't. Trying to save money because it costs money to mail. And but always look at our website, whether you got a notice or not. You should look at our website to see that. And here's kind of the appraisal cycle I was just talking about. And April 15th, that's when these notices of appraised value are going to be produced and put on our website. And this year, coming up in 2022, May 16th is going to be the protest deadline. May 16th. That's a a date you need to make note of, because if you disagree with your value, you have until May 16th to protest. It's just a month that allows you to protest, because you don't know what the value is in order to protest it until April 15th, when we put the notices out. And then on July 25th, we certify those values to the taxing units. That's when we give that appraisal roll to the cities and school districts, and then they do what they're going to do. They're going to here's their taxing unit calendar. They're going to hold a public hearing and adopt a tax rate. Again, you get to participate in that. You have input in that. Then in October, they're going to mail statements and collect the taxes, October through January. And then after January 31st, so starting February 1st, there are penalties and interest will begin to accrue on your tax bill if you have not paid your taxes. And those can be considerable. It's a 6% penalty plus 1% interest per month. So come February 1st, you're already going to owe an additional 7% penalty and interest. And then each month it's going to go up by 1%. And then if you don't pay for 6 months, and come July 20th, the tax office is going to add on attorney fees, because they're going to do some collections. They're going to add an additional 20%. So delinquent collections is nothing you want to ever be a part of. You do not ever want to be delinquent on your taxes. And I'm sure the Habitat, they're going to help you stay on track with that. So who can file a protest? The property owner can file a protest. And you can hire an agent, but you can do it yourself and not have to pay anyone, or leasee. Again, I talked about the deadline. You can file no later than May 16th for this coming year. It's actually May 16th. I have 15th on here, excuse that, but Monday is the 16th. Because the 15th falls on a Sunday, and that's why it goes to the next business day. So what can we protest it? Any appraisal district action that adversely affects the property owner's tax liability. And that's just about anything. You're saying the value is too high. My property's value is not equal to other properties. You've included me on the roll, but you shouldn't have. I'm not the owner of this property. It's somebody else. You denied my exemption, and you can protest that. And so those are the types of things that can be protested. How do you file a protest? It must be in writing, okay? One of the things we're trying to get away from is paper. We're going to, we're an electronic society. So we try to get people to do the online version of our, it's called U-File. It's not on there right now because we only put it out there once we put those notices out in April. You won't see that out there right now on your account, but it will be when it's time. So you can file online, you can file without settlement, and just, in other words, you don't provide us any documentation, just say, hey, file me, schedule me for my hearing, I want to come to a hearing. Or you can file with settlement, which we do suggest that you go ahead and provide your documentation to the appraiser, and the appraiser will review it and contact the owner prior to your hearing date. Or you can actually mail it or drop it off. There's an official protest form that we can provide you, or you can just simply sign a written letter and send it to us. We do have a drop box outside our lobby, so you can always drop something in our box there. So how to, and this is actually good because it's going to show you how to search for your account. You can search for it by your owner name, or the address, or if you have the account number. And I'm going to go live to our website in just a minute to actually go through some things with you. The Habitat found that to be very helpful, and I have too. But anyway, here just showing you can search by the owner's name, the account. And once you search for the account and you've pulled it up, like I said, right now this U-File is not there, but in the spring it will be after April the 15th, and or you can print it out. And this is what the actual protest form looks like. As you can see, is it overvalued? It's unequal. It's not located in the district, or I had an exemption denied. You check the appropriate box. You put your opinion of value. What do you believe the value to be? You sign it, date it. That's it. So it's pretty simple to file a protest. Again, it needs to include the property owner's name. I think those things kind of go without saying. The evidence, what do we want? What's going to help you be successful when you protest? We need a recent closing statement of the property. Most of you haven't closed yet. So if you close and our value is higher than what you paid for your property, now you've got, it's a difference. And I think Porfirio might explain that. Again, what would not what necessarily you paid, because they're giving you some help on that. So, but what was the total value of that property, including what they paid with you? So what is the total value of the property? So closing statement or a independent fee appraisal, sales of comparable properties. What are other properties selling for? If yours hasn't sold recently, what are others in your neighborhood selling for? What if you have had your property for 5 or 10 years and you've got some issues now? You need some roof repair, foundation repair, or any other structural. You need to bring us a professional estimate in for the repair of those items. You don't necessarily have to repair them. We just need to know what's wrong with it. What does a professional say it's worth, or the cost is going to take to fix those or to cure that? And take pictures of the physical issues that you have. You know, you have huge cracks in your walls or your ceiling. Just give us pictures of those things. We have informal and formal hearings. Let's see, where am I on time? Because I don't want to spend a whole lot of time. Just know that there are some informal and formal hearings. And I can come back to this if we need to, but I want to spend time on our website and the exemption. So I'm kind of going to skip through this area, if you will. If you have a hearing and the appraisal board doesn't give you what you think, you can still file a lawsuit or you can go to binding arbitration. Typically, you don't have to get to that extent. So now, there we go. We're talking about exemptions here. This is where, those exemptions we talk about you filing to reduce your taxes. That's the whole purpose of the exemption, is to reduce your taxes. And also know that filing for an exemption application is free. There are companies out there that want to charge you or take a part of your savings. And don't go with those companies. And a lot of times they don't tell you what they're doing. They're just say, hey, we know some money's owed you. Just remember, you don't get anything for free, and they're not giving it away. But it's very simple to file your application. Habitat helps you. You can give us a call and we can help you also file your homestead application. But what is an exemption? Basically, it excludes value from your taxation. So there are some partial exemptions and there are absolute exemptions. Or the partial exemptions excludes part of the value. The total exemptions excludes all of the value, like churches, religious organizations, schools, things like that. They have a total exemption. But for your residential purposes, it's typically a partial exemption. There are the types of exemptions. We got residence homestead exemption, age 65 or older, disabled person, disabled veteran, surviving spouses of those. There's the benefits. Again, it lowers your taxes, and it also limits that increase in value, that 10% cap value that I talked about earlier on in this presentation. For the age 65 or older, it limits the tax to what you paid your first year. I know most of you all are young folks and you're not there yet. I'm not quite there yet either. I'm looking forward to it, because when the tax you pay that first year for your school tax is going to be limited for the rest of your life as long as you own that property. If you're a surviving spouse of someone who was age 65 or older and or disabled person, and you might be able to continue the exemption or the ceiling. And then for the age 65 or older disabled persons, you can transfer those ceiling percentages to other properties if you move. There's some criteria there. Again, this is that limitation of value for the cap value. Basically, it takes effect 1 year after you receive your homestead exemption, and it's going to limit the amount of how much we can increase the limited value, 10% above last year. Okay. I'm going to kind of skip through this age 65 or older, because I asked and there weren't anyone in your group that qualify for that, but just know it's there in case you know someone. You know, always, when you get educated, always feel free to educate other folks. Pass it on. That's how we are going to thrive as a society, as we help each other out. Let's see, who qualifies? Here we go, January 1 owner. And actually this is going to be changing, Porfirio, this is going to be changing in 2022. And I'm not going to get into it. The state legislature just met, and now they're going to allow a proration of the exemption when you buy it during the year. I'm not going to talk about that. We're still developing our policy and what we're going to do with that, but just be aware of that. And we'll talk more about that once we get that implemented. But for the most part, you're January 1 owner. You had to own it and occupy it on January 1. Also, I said new, but there's this heir ownership available that began in 2020. If you're an heir of a property, but all of you all are going to have to worry about that. You all are going to be the actual owner. You're going to be filing a deed. And again, January 1, you had occupied as your primary residence, and you don't have a homestead exemption anywhere else. You can only have one homestead exemption on a property because you can only have one main residence. Now, if you're rich or blessed and able to have more than one house, well, you can only claim the exemption on one of them, and that should be the one you're living in. We're going to need you to provide us a copy of a valid Texas driver's license. It cannot be expired. It has to be current and valid, and it must match the property address. So once you move into your house, you need to go ahead and get that address, filed with the Department of Public Safety to get your new license so that it can change the address on it to match your property address. Otherwise, you won't be able to get the homestead exemption. If you're temporarily away, let's say, some people, the job moves them somewhere and they have to go to, California or somewhere else for a year. You can be temporarily away and still qualify for it. Just let us call the appraisal district if that comes up, and we'll tell you what you need to do. If, of course, you're a resident of a facility providing services related to health or infirmity, like a nursing home, we still consider that to be temporarily away, but you just need to let us know, and we'll tell you again what to do on that. So how to file it? You file the application with us, the appraisal district. There's no cost, like I said, and there are companies out there who want to charge you. What we're going to do, we do this every year. We mail an application out to every new homeowner. Toward the end of January, we mail those out. If you don't get it, but the applications are still available on our website. You can, again, go to our website, print that application, or you can file it online for the homestead. And again, we prefer you file online. It's very straightforward and pretty simple. Or you can ask us to mail you an application. You just go ahead and complete that application along with any of the required documentation, which is typically a copy of your driver's license. And know that you can file up to 2 years late. So for whatever reason you didn't file, you forgot to file, you can file for 2019 to 2020 as of right now. Let me actually go to, I'm going to go to the website, and let me change my screen to the website. And here's the actual live copy of our website. And what you would do is you would want to search appraisals, and you would put in the owner's name, your name, and I'm just going to make up a name. I'm going to use Jones. Somebody by the name of Jones, if my keyboard can work, my fingers can work my keyboard. Jones. And then I'm going to, it was going to pop down here, and I'm going to just go down here and pick one of these. Why don't I pick this one here? The second one, this one's in DeSoto, looks like. And I don't know this person, again, I'm just randomly picking. And so this is what you can see on our website. It's going to give you, of course, the property address, the legal description. There's that appraisal notice that I talked about that's always on our website. I'm just going to click it real quick here so you can see. There it is. It's a 2-page document, gives you the values. And then I'm going to go back. I think I'm going to go back. Well,
looks like you have to exit because they give you extra page.
I got to exit right here. Uh-oh.
No. Oh, yeah, the tab.
Yeah, I couldn't see it because of where I was. Let me go back and let me get this open again. I won't go do that again.
No. Thank you for showing us, Ms. Jordan. This is a great example of how people can see it. You know, they've never seen the website.
Okay, great. All right, here we go.
So thank you for showing us.
And you can see it again, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to go search appraisals, Jones. And we're going to go into the second one here. There we go. And I'm not going to click on that appraisal notice. And there would typically be a spot here to file your exemption online. But if it's not here, something tells me this person already has theirs. So what we're going to do is, again, we're going to show you the values here when we last revalued it in the previous revaluation year. How many owners are there? If there's more than one, we might show the multiple owners here. And then there's this section of main improvement. It gives you all the details about your particular property. Again, that building class I talked about, there's that building classification, the year that it was built, the effective age, if it was, I won't go into the details of this, but these are things we use to kind of control and change the value as necessary, because your property may not be in as good of a shape as others in your neighborhood. Here's the square footage of the property, number of stories, and we talk about what is the foundation made of, what's the roof type, air conditioning. This one has central full heating and air. Some may have window units, but we have that information provided here on our public website. If there are any additional improvements here, they have an attached garage. Then the land, we've got the zoning as indicated by whatever that city is, and this one is single family for that particular one. And yes, they do have their exemption, because here is showing the exemption amount. So they have a homestead exemption, and it's showing that, and as you can see, for each jurisdiction, it could be different, because different jurisdictions can offer different exemption amounts. And I'll go to a tax rate table in just a minute. Let's see, what time is it? Okay, I think I'm okay on time. This is where it's showing you the taxable value for each jurisdiction. So the city of DeSoto, that's the taxable value for them, for the school district, which is in DeSoto ISD in this instance. Their taxable value is different because they give this $25,000 exemption, as where the city didn't. And then the estimated taxes down here in this next section. The estimated taxes on this particular property for the city is taking that $244,000, their taxable value, and it's multiplying it. You don't show the, times their rate. I think we don't show the extra, there's a rate right there. We show the rate. And that's how the estimated taxes are calculated. And then we add them up, and there it is right there, the total. So let's just see here. Let me go back and see if this one had a cap. Yeah, this one doesn't have a limitation value. If it did, it would show it. But there's also things, it shows the history. If you go down here and you click on history, it's going to give you the history of the owners on this account we go back to 1999. So it's going to show whoever owned it, and this particular person has owned it, looks like since 2007. And it shows their market value, the taxable value, any and all exemptions. So it has a lot of information on our website here. And there, I do have a back button this time. There we go. So this is what the detailed account looks like on our website. Now there's two other places I want to go and show you. Let's just go to this taxing unit rates. And I kind of use the FAQ as when I tell people where it is. I said, well, it's right above the FAQ. So go to taxing unit rates. And then you would click on whichever, the most current. And right now, the entities are still setting their rates. This should be fairly current, but it may not be. So we clicked on that. And then depending on your computer, it's making me go down here and I have to open up this file. And so here it gives a list of all the taxing entities in Dallas County, the exemption amount, the homestead exemption amount that they offer, and the amounts here for the over 65 and the disabled person, and then their tax rates, the current year and the last year's tax rate. So as you can see, the county, Dallas County, gives a 20% homestead. So does the hospital district and community college. But as you can see, they give for the age 65, they can give different amounts. The county gives 69,000. The community college gives 75,000. And then even in the cities, you see more changes. So Dallas, it gives a 20% homestead. And for the age 65 or older, it gives 107,000. That's a lot of that money off, and that's going to save them a lot of money, but 20% helps too. But as you can see, the city of DeSoto doesn't give an exemption for the homestead. So you can just look at this chart to see what city you're living in and what exemptions amounts they're giving. Same thing for the school districts here. These are all the school districts in Dallas County. Dallas ISD gives a 10%, as where you can see a lot of the school districts don't give an additional homestead. And Highland Park gives one, and so does Richardson. But they all give this $25,000 general homestead exemption, the school districts do. And that's by law. They have to give, that's the minimum they can give. The age 65, the minimum they can give is 10,000. But as you can see, Dallas ISD and some others, Dallas ISD gives a total of 45,000. DeSoto gives a total of 25 again. And then here are their tax rates. And then there's some special districts, but these are mostly in over by Irving and some near Coppell, and there's one near Lancaster. But majority you all are not going to have that additional special district that you live in. And I'm going to try not to mess up this time. Let's see if I go here. There we go. Great. I didn't close out this time. All right. So the other place I want to go to, take you to, is where you can actually kind of play around with values and see what you, and get an estimate of what your taxes would be based on different scenarios. So that is going to be where it says paying taxes. Okay. It's, you got the taxing unit rates, and this is your local offices, tax offices, but paying taxes. So we're going to click on that. And I know it's kind of small on your screen, but it's the second item down here, is where it says online property tax estimator. We're going to click on that one right down there. And this is an estimator. And what you do is simply you put in whatever market value. Let's just put in the value that you paid for your property, or let's just put $220,000 in. Let's do that. Okay, it doesn't have any commas, so you're going to have to really count those zeros and watch it. And then you're going to have to select the city. Now, we've already have the county and the hospital and college district, because that's countywide. Everybody has to pay those taxes. So you select whichever city this property is in. And let's going to use city of Dallas. I think most of your properties are in the city of Dallas. And then you have to pick an ISD. Every property is going to be in have an independent school district. So we're going to select Dallas ISD. Okay, so you've put in your market value, you've selected the city and the ISD. Now we're just going to go ahead and click this calculate button. We're not going to select any exemptions. So we're going to calculate and see what the taxes are on a $220,000 property without exemptions. Okay, so I click the calculator button, and it's right here below at the bottom here. The taxes are $5,968, and it breaks it out by jurisdiction. Okay, so $5,968. So let's see what happens to that $5,968 if you click on this general homestead, and then you have to go back and calculate. Now let's see what happens. Okay, well, this person you file your homestead on this $220,000 property, and now your tax went down to $4,735. All right, that's what this does. That's what that homestead exemption does. It saves you hundreds of dollars every year. Now, once you file this application, you don't have to file it again. We occasionally do an audit. We may, in 5 years, send you letters. Hey, you still occupy this property? that's about the only time. But you don't only have to file this one time, and it's going to save you hundreds of dollars every year, even thousands, depending on the value. And so if you want to go ahead and see, okay, well, I'm almost 65. What are my taxes? What's going to happen when I turn 65? So I'm going to click on and add this over 65, and I'm going to hit calculate over here again. Every time you change something, hit calculate. So I've hit calculate. Now my taxes are what? They drop down to $2,800. Huge, huge. Or if you're disabled, let's take off that over 65 and say neither. Here we go. And let's just say you're a veteran, a disabled veteran. And you have, say, a 55% disability as a veteran. You click that, and let's hit calculate. And it drops their taxes down more because there is the veterans exemption, and it's showing you the amount here is $10,000 for that. The regular disabled veterans exemption, the 100% up to 100%, is $12,000 off the value. Now, there are some disabled veterans that it's 100% with unemployability. It's stated a particular way on their discharge papers. They can qualify, and it's a different application process, but they'll get 100% of their value exempted, and they won't pay any tax. But there's not a whole lot of those out there, but there are some. But anyway, this is just a fun, an easy way to calculate your taxes. So we're going to take off none and neither, and let's just change this to, I don't know, let's just put it at $120,000, and let's do some calculations. Again, it's just one of those things you can just go around, change this number here, and get an estimate on what your taxes might be. Porfirio, what else is it you would like for me to cover, or you want to open it up to questions?
Let's go ahead and open for questions. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask. I know Ms. Tracy had a question, was regarding what may cause someone to lose an exception.
Well, if you move, I mean, usually you have the exemption, it's going to stay there. And again, maybe we did that audit letter and we sent you a letter saying, hey, we're just confirming you're still there, or there are a few accounts that we don't have all the information we need. The application was filed 20 years ago and we don't have those records. We may ask you to reapply and provide that information. But for the most part, you're not going to lose your exemption, again, unless you just don't answer the audit letter. That's it. Now, she may have a scenario she had in mind, and I'll be glad to answer the question if I can.
No, that was it, more general, because at one point I think I heard you say you can lose it in a slide. So that was the only thing I was like, why would someone lose it if they had it?
If I said that, I'm sorry, I misspoke. No, you cannot. You definitely, you tend not to lose it. No, not at all.
Got it. Thank you.
Good question, though. Good question. Thank you for asking.
Is there paying attention?
Yes, right.
I have a question.
Okay.
So for example, once I learned about this, I told my parents, they bought their house years ago, but they never applied for this. They didn't know this existed.
Gotcha.
So would they be able to do it, or does it have to be done within?
No. They can do it right now, and they can go back 2 years. Remember, you can go back 2 years. Yeah, so they can apply for 2019 and 2020.
Okay.
And of course, forward, it'll go forward. But yes, they definitely need to do that as long as they're the owner of the property and they have a Texas driver's license to match the address. That's really all they're going to need.
Awesome. Okay. And then also where it says over 65 or surviving spouse, does that mean like if a spouse has lost someone, they get that?
Right. What that means is, let's say that there's a married couple and whoever filed had the over 65 exemption, they died. The surviving spouse, as long as the surviving spouse is at least 55 years old, they can then contact us and continue to get the surviving spouse. exemption.
Oh, okay, okay. That means only if the person that passed was over 65.
Right, and had the exemption. That is correct.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, right.
Good question, though.
So we have another question here is, what happens when you go back 2 years on exemptions?
Okay, well, if you paid your if you paid your taxes, which I hope they have, then you will get a refund for that, whatever the difference is, the exemption, whatever the exemption saved you, you would get a refund from the tax office. Awesome, right? Yeah.
Yes. Yes, that's money. So I'm assuming you'll get like a check, or they just pretty much next year's taxes, you just will pay the difference, or
well,
how would that?
Now, although I'm not the tax office, I'm very familiar with what they do.
Oh.
And what the tax office does, they will refund whoever paid the tax. And they have they know who paid the tax. So let's say it was your mortgage company. They're going to send that refund check to the mortgage company. Okay. But if, let's say it was you, or it was a parent or somebody who is on your parents' property, I'm talking about a different property, and they don't have the house is paid for, there is no mortgage, and they paid the tax. John Smith paid the tax. They're going to send that refund back to John Smith. Okay.
Right.
All right. Great question. Thank you.
Sorry, I was going to mention now, Michelle, most of the houses or most of the buyers here purchase a new construction house, right? So which means that by the time the appraisal district passed by the house, it was either a piece of land or just the slab.
I got you.
Will you explain to us on that situation?
Absolutely, yes. Good point. What happens is, I talked about we have to have the land value. And then we add, as for new construction and January 1, the way those work is, what was the condition of the property as of January the 1st? And that includes what was the amount of construction completion done. Maybe the slab was down. Maybe they had the sticks up, but that's it. So what we're going to do is estimate what was the value of that property with just the slab or the land. And that's what the tax is going to be for that year. Because, and let's just say the house, as of January 1, it was 50% complete. All right. That yielded a value of, let's say, $100,000. But the house got finished by the end of January, fully finished, 100% complete. But it wasn't that on January 1, January the 1st. So the tax is going to be for that $100,000 on January the 1st, based on our estimate. For next year, however, the house is 100% complete on January 1. And let's say that other part of it brought it up to $200,000 for the full value. So the next year, you'll pay on the full value of that property, because as of January 1, that was the condition of the property was complete. So yeah, those are very good questions. So it does depend on what was the condition and how much construction was completed as of January the 1st. So if indeed your property was valued at that lower value, say the land amount, you're going to have a low tax bill that first year, but don't get comfortable because we're going to add the rest of the value. You're going to have to pay it on that next year. Make sure you budget for that.
Right. And the reason I was wanted her to mention that is because a lot of times, as part of your mortgage payment, you are paying for your property taxes and insurance on the escrow account, right? So if the Dallas Central Appraisal District is only evaluating, the land, right? That means you're going to have low taxes. So which means that you are going to be receiving a check back, a refund check, because you overpaid on your property taxes to the lender, right? But like Michelle said, don't get comfortable, because at the following year, they're going to be evaluating the piece of land, right? The land where the house is built, and the actual structure of which is the house. So now those two things, and that will cause your property taxes to go up. So at that time, the lender's going to tell you like, hey, you didn't pay enough of your property taxes. So here you owe us this much, and this is how much your mortgage payment is going to increase the following year. Okay.
Right.
So just keep in mind that whenever you receive a refund check from your lender or from your, from the tax office, most of the time it's because you overpaid, but maybe the following year, they're going to take in consideration the whole thing, okay?
Right.
Keep in mind on that.
If that money in the bank, don't go spend, it's not Christmas. You might need it next year.
And that's what I tell people, like, go ahead and, like, if you don't need it, like, if you don't need that money, you were not expecting it, just go put it back, send it back to the lender and tell them to add it to your escrow accounts, because that's going to help you, right? That's something that you were not counting on. So, why you said, why go Christmas shopping on it? Michelle, we have a few minutes. Will you explain to us the process of protesting and what is that like?
Okay. Tracy had a question. You want me to?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Tracy. Go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, I just wanted to ask real quick, since I probably will be moving in like November, which is like 2 months before the January 1st date. I want to make sure I do the exemption as soon as possible. How long does it take once you apply to know if you qualify or you get the exemption for January 1st?
You said you're going to be moving in next month?
Yeah.
And
hopefully.
Well, hopefully. So as long as you're there January, you can't apply before January 1. All right. You're going to have to wait until after the 1st to apply. And it's no rush for you to do so, because it's not going to really help you until the following year anyway. Mm-hmm. So when they send out tax bills in next October, that's when you'll see the difference. Now, you apply in January. We'll take maybe 30 days to update it. And you can see it reflected on our website, or we can send you if you request a confirmation, we'll send you one, but we don't automatically let you know we've granted it. Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. And you asking about protesting? Okay. What happens is in April, we start our new year. Our protest season starts on April the 15th. Okay. We're going to either mail the notice if you're a new owner. Typically, y'all are going to get one because you're going to be a new owner. If not, we're going to put all notices on our website. And that notice is of our proposed value for 2022. Okay. And I will tell you right now, we're going to do a whole lot of reappraisal this coming year. We didn't do much last year. We're going to do a lot this year. Values are still up. So expect your value to be increased this coming year. Now, so April 15th, we put that out there. If you look at the value, you disagree with the value, it says a lot more than what you paid for your property. We need the closing statement from you. It would be that would be your supporting documentation. Yours is pretty straightforward. It's a new home, and we just need that closing information. But we ask that you protest online. Go search for your account, pull it up. There'll be that you file online where you can click it. And if you can, we'd like you to upload your documentation, your closing statement. But let's say you don't have a scanner and you're not able to upload it, just go ahead and just at least protest that way. And then you can either mail us your documentation or drop it in our box. Due to COVID, right now, our building is still closed. But we have found in the past year and a half that, and I think property owners have found too, we can do almost everything we need to do online. You can email the pictures, we can email you back our settlement, our offer, what we believe the value is worth. And then we've been doing the hearings, we've been doing a majority of our hearings by telephone. So we have a lot of telephone hearings. There have been a few people who know I need to be in person. Then we schedule you to come down here, but we had thousands of people in our building, and nobody wants to be around thousands of people but with the pandemic going. So we've kind of learned that, hey, well, we can do a lot of things without having to be in person. But May 16th is the deadline to protest. So you've just really got a 30-minute window there. So April 15th, you get to see what values we're proposing. And then you have until May 16th to file that protest either online using our U-File system or in the mail or dropping it off in our box. Is that kind of, and now a little bit about that process. Again, you provide us your documentation. What the appraiser is going to do is going to try to look at that information before we schedule you for a hearing. We will schedule you for a hearing no sooner than 14 days from when you protested. We'll schedule you for a hearing time. And if you can settle it informally with an appraiser prior to your hearing, and the hearing is with the appraisal review board. Remember, they're that body of your peers kind of acting as a jury. And so if you don't get it resolved informally with the appraiser, you go ahead and go to your hearing, whether it be a telephone. If you want an in-person hearing, you just indicate that on your protest form, I want an in-person hearing, and we'll schedule you for that. And then you can bring in and give your presentation. The way the hearing works, it's a 15-minute hearing. You've got about 5 minutes to present your case. The appraisal district has 5 minutes. Couple of minutes for rebuttal on each side. They close the hearing. Before you leave, the ARB will give you their determination of the value. So you know at the end of your hearing what the value is. And that's pretty much it. Did I cover everything you think I needed to cover, Porfirio?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Okay. Any questions?
Any additional question from our attendees? I know it's a lot of information out there.
It is. And our website, just go back to our website.
Everything
I talked about is on our website.
So we can't apply for the homestead exemption until January?
Correct.
And then how long does
well, again,
that take for us
it
to
takes us about 30 days.
Process if the protest day is the 16th?
Well, the only reason we would deny your exemption is if you didn't provide us your driver's license and you change your address. So you don't have to really worry about protesting your exemption. I mean, you can do that anytime. If you think we didn't we denied your exemption application, you can just call us, and we're gonna. It's usually just for good reason. It's because you didn't provide us something. It's very straightforward. So okay. You apply in January. We grant it. You can ask us to send you a verification letter. Okay, we send you a verification. You have it, but it doesn't really impact anything until you get your tax bill that following October. But you'll be able to see it on our website. Reflected on our website, just like the one we looked at, it showed that lady's homestead exemption. Yours will be there as well.
Okay.
And we have a very customer service friendly organization. So anytime you have any questions like that, or what happened with it, just call our customer service, and we'll be glad to answer your questions. Let me see if I can get. I was going to go back to our home screen. So if you go to this contact us down here at the bottom, toward the bottom of that navigation links box, click on contact us. We have all of our phone numbers and addresses. There's an address here for your exemptions. Let's see, where is it? Real property ownership exemptions. There's that PRE, so you could just email them to inquire about it. Or again, anytime you can just give us a call at the customer service number here. Anything else?
Anything else? Anyone? And again, just want to reiterate, a lot of times, as you know, once you're a homeowner, it is open record, right? So you will receive a lot of information on people try to charge you to do the homestead exemption, like file it for them at a charge. I want to say like $50 to $75. That's what they would charge you, but you can do it for free. Okay.
Right. Some is $50 or $75, but some are half of your exemption savings. Oh, and what they do, they'll say, we want 50% of your savings for, let's say if you can apply for last year, they'll apply for last year and the following year. So they get all your savings. Yes, please do not fill out and sign anything and agree to do anything with anybody If
Right.
be suspicious. Either call us to see if you have your exemption. If you already have your exemption, then it's nothing they can do. Okay. If you don't already have your exemption, that's probably what they're trying to do, and you need to go ahead and file it. And I know Habitat helps you complete that application for you,
Right.
and we help. So it's no reason for you to give that money away.
I know. It's just say that. Like I've seen like so many people that are coming like, hey, I received this letter saying that they charge to do this. I was like, well, you could do it for free, and let's do it now. You know. So again, you know, if anytime you need assistance filing your homestead exemption, it's a 2-page document, like, and it's pretty straightforward. But for some reason you need assistance, let me know. Let Christian know, or anyone at Habitat know that you want to help assisting with the filing the homestead exemption, and we'll be able to assist you. It doesn't take more than like 5 minutes to do that.
And it is simple, but if you miss one box that you need to answer, we will reject it. So let's just make sure you do answer all the questions, check all the boxes that have to be checked. And then I guess I could have gone through one, but I know we're out of time now. But yeah, just go ahead and get some help with it.
All right.
All right.
And for married couples, do both spouses have to apply, or is like one application for the whole household okay?
There's a place on there for both of you. We prefer both of you apply, because if something happened to one, we already have the information for the other. So yes, go ahead and both apply.
Now, Michelle, for that question, just to follow up on that question, does it depend if both couples are, if they're not
if they're not on the deed?
Yes, together.
Let's just say there's, you know, you have it and you got married later. You know, Miss Jones owned it first, and then Miss Jones married a couple of years later or whenever. All we need is a marriage license. Okay. And then we'll put you as being married, and then they both have the same rights. And that way, if something happened to one, we'll still have that person, the one that's not on the deed, on the exemption.
Okay. So it would be 2 separate applications.
No, it's a place. No, it's not 2 separate applications.
Okay.
Let me try to find somebody who does not have an exemption, so I can, well, actually I can do it with Miss Jones. I'm going to do Jones. I'm just going to go to here, this first one. And you can either file online, but I'm going to go to this one here, print the form to kind of go. This is the actual application, okay? The mailing address is incorrect. We'll only check that if it's incorrect. And here on number 2, step number 2, you would check married couple, if you're a married couple. Does more than one person own the property? Even if you said no, because your husband may not own the property, but you're a married couple, that's okay. You would check general homestead exemption right here. And then that second page he was talking about, we need to know when you moved in. You're going to have to check the box of you claiming exemption on the property. No, so when I say all these boxes need to be checked, they all need to be checked, okay? Appropriately answered, rather, if it's applicable. And then we're asking you to attach the documents, which is like your driver's license. Then here, as you can see, this is the applicant. This is going to be Miss Jones. And then this is going to be for Mr. Jones over here where it says spouse's information. See that? And then you both sign it and print your name. And that's pretty much it. There's some other pages with affidavits, but just for a straight homestead, you don't really need any of those affidavits, okay? And then there's some explanation, you know, information even in Spanish on the last page. So that's what we're talking about, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Well, if you have any questions, feel free to call our customer service number. And I hope I provided you some information that would be helpful for you in the future.
Yes, very helpful. Thank you.
All right.
I think you did. Michelle, thank you so much for joining us today. I know that you are always in there to assist us in this type of presentation. So thank you so much for joining. Okay.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for your time. All right. Y'all have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, guys. All right. So we are going to take a 5-minute break. and then we're starting at 11:05. Okay, while we get ready for the next presenter. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, Maria, how's it going? I think you're muted.
Oh my gosh, like talk about like freaking out here. I'm like, I didn't know I had to have a presentation. So pretty much just, it's like guiding them when they're doing the purchase.
Okay, I'll send it. I'll re-forward that email that I sent it that we sent at the beginning.
Of it. Oh
it's
my
just
gosh.
Straightforward.
It's straightforward.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, send it really quick and then okay. I was like looking for it before I logged in. I'm like, I don't really know, but I mean, I can do whatever you want me to.
All right, so like I was mentioning, we are here with Miss Maria Melendez. She's a insurance agent with State Farm, okay? And she's here to discuss about how to protect your investments, okay? Any questions that you might feel free to ask those questions.
Families be like.
Otherwise, just mute yourself, and then that way we can proceed.
I want to mute. Can we mute? Hello, everyone. Hopefully everyone's having a great Saturday. Congratulations to all of you that are new homeowners. Pretty excited for you. That's a big transition. I think right now you're at the moment where I'm settling down. It's like, I can breathe again, right? Through all the documents and everything you've done. It's very stressful. That's why us agents are here. And that is the part where, especially in my world, that's what we like to do, is we like to help our customers understand everything, because you'd want to know now and not know when something happens. Am I appropriately covered? And one of the most common things that happen, and you are like the perfect people that I love to talk to, because one of the things that happen a lot of times, you are ready to close, you are ready to get your home, you're excited, I'm stressed, I'm going through this emotion right now. I really did not pay attention to what I purchased. And sometimes because maybe it was a referral, somebody can sell you the insurance, here it is. And sometimes it's the numbers. We have to meet the numbers, debt to income, and the insurance can't go over a certain amount. Well, sometimes we're not appropriately covered. So right now you're at the perfect moment that you would have had a policy that came in. If you have that policy, it should be laying around someone. By law, you get a policy that describes everything. You can always send that to me. I love to dissect it. But the main thing is, what is homeowners insurance, right? Homeowners insurance is going to protect me, my family, my belongings, my biggest asset, the biggest thing that I have worked for. So one of the main things that you're going to look at is the dwelling. So you as a customer can kind of have that option of, where do I want to insure my home? You had something called an appraisal, where they appraised your home, or if it was a new construction, sometimes you have a contractor's estimate, and it tells you what the value was of your home. So the important part is, you might have given a big down, and sometimes the value, and there was shuffling. So the big important part is, we need to see how much your home was insured for. Is it appropriately covered? Because on the first part that you're going to look on a deck page is called the dwelling. The dwelling is your home. So what that number is going to cover your home. What is the home, the roof, the everything. If I lose my home today, what does it cost to replace it? So that dwelling should cover. And sometimes we discovered through the misconception of numbers and what's going on in the transition, we are not appropriately covered. So that would be something very important to have someone look at. If your agent hasn't sat down with you, definitely look at that. The other thing is, you have another line item that's called property, personal property. We're going to cover partially for your home, but then there's another number that we're going to cover everything that you've moved in, everything you've worked hard right now, all that new furniture, your clothes, your tools, everything that you can move into your house, there should be an appropriate number there. Now, I will say, when you're looking at estimates, it should be 75% of whatever you're dwelling. That is kind of a normal number that we come up with, that we know you're going to be appropriately covered. So if you have a worst case scenario that you have a tornado come through and there went your home completely, we're going to cover the home, which is that dwelling portion that you see on that declarations page. And then there's a personal property. You need to replace everything. There's another big number there. So those are big things to look at. If it's 60% or below, I would be a little bit worried about what that number is. Some of the important documents that you might need and discounts kind of that you can get is alarm. If you have an alarm, it's going to give you a discount. Also, there is roof. Certain customers have chosen, or the home is built with something called a class 4. It's a hail resistive roof. That one has like a 50-year life on it. So on that one gives you a huge discount. Now, most of you would know if your house has this because that would have been a selling point for the person that sold it, or maybe when you were building it. But it's a roof that you invest a little bit more, but the life of that roof is a lot more. So keep that in mind in the future. If you do buy or have to replace a roof, always ask the roofer, what is a class 4? What is that hail resistant roof? And most of the time they're going to give you a discount on your homeowner's insurance through a certificate that they provide for you. So that's another way that you could have a good discount. Now, most of the time when you bundle with whatever company you are, if you are, they should give you a discount for being having your auto insurance. Most customers get discounts there, so look out for your discounts there, your loyalty discounts, no claims history. That is something that you look at. Now, a lot of customers right now, you're probably being bombarded with a lot of mail with something called home warranty. If that wasn't given to you at that moment, sometimes you'll start getting letters that say, we can give you warranty for all your appliances, this and that. So we have several types. You as a customer can purchase a home warranty from outside versus having one on an insurance policy. Example, with my company, with State Farm, we do offer something called home system protection. So what that does is we're going to protect all of anything that's in the house that's permanently installed. So that could be the air conditioner, the water heater, that could be like a stove top, that's the range. If you have the microwave, the oven that are built in, anything with the furnace, the wiring, anything that's permanently installed, it would be covered. And under there, you get to choose who you want to come and do repairs for that item. You can repair it, you can replace it, but you as a customer have the choice of who you want to use, and you don't have to use your deductible. You would just use the deductible on your homeowners. You would use a deductible that's on this, it's an endorsement on your policy. Now, if you're using the one that comes from the outside vendor, and the most common one is American Home Shield, the home warranty. On that one, you're going to pay anywhere between $50 to $75 a month. And on that one, every time that you need something, let's say my oven went out and they need to come out, or my air conditioner went out and that you need someone to come out, they're going to send. So they're going to send who works with them. They'll come out, and you'll have a deductible there. So there's a vice versa. You know, some customers like to use a home warranty. Some people like to use it with their insurance company. So that's a good question to ask. Do you have any type of a home warranty for me that I can use? Going back, circling, I'm going to circle. On a homeowner's policy, there's always going to be 2 deductibles. One deductible is for wind and hail, anything that has to do wind and hail damage. If there is a windstorm, there's hailstorm. And then you have another deductible for your anything else that can happen to your home. So example, that's where you also have to check with your policy. What kind of policy do I have? Do I have a policy that's an all perils policy, or one that's very specific that it only covers wind, theft, and hail? So there are policies that are kind of had hidden lingo. So it's a perfect opportunity for you to review that right now, because you want to know. You've moved in, you're settled in, you have new furniture. You need to know what's going to happen at the moment of loss. Things to look for on coverage. Does it cover if a car hits my house? Does it cover if falling objects come into my house? If a tree falls, will they remove the tree? Another big important one is water damage. So there's riders for policies, and you as a customer can choose to have that on there or not. If you have a rider, sometimes if there's a slow leak coming in the house, maybe it's from the pipe, maybe it could be from the construction. We don't know what happened. If you have any type of water damage that is not found within the 14 days, if you don't have that rider to protect you, you may not have coverage. So you kind of very specifically need to ask, do I have water damage? And what if it's longer? If all of a sudden I walked out and all of a sudden my floor's wet and I had no idea, or the drywall's all damaged, you need to know that. So some policies do have it, some policies do not. So there's a lot of riders that you can add, and you can customize any homeowner's policy. So the majority of the time, from my experience of reviewing a brand new policy, sometimes they're stripped from everything, from all endorsements. So it's a great time to do that and then review them every year for yourself. Trying to think of anything else that could help you. Let's see. Now, your lender, another important piece, if you gave a big down payment, example, your home is valued at $350,000 and you gave a big down payment and maybe you only are financing $300,000. So this is where, when you bought the insurance, they had to have at least $300,000 for what your loan is. So this is a very important part, that you as a customer can insure it at what you feel is your value, right? You do not have to insure it for more than what you owe, but it's always recommended to at least cover the amount, because the thought is, if I lose my home today, and especially like right now, we have an increase in supplies, the value of the supplies. We don't know, I may want to go buy the supplies. I need to replace my roof. It costs a lot more. There's been an increase in that. So when I think about that, and that's the first question in my evaluation when I do homeowners, is can I replace the home with the amount we're insuring the home? So customers don't know, and that's a question that they're going to ask you. How much are you insuring it for? So you have to be very up to date in that. So our systems, our processes, we're able to determine that unless you have an appraisal, which most of you will probably have an appraisal in your hand. And that's where the numbers kind of need to match. So it's a very, very deep conversation, recommended to have it with your lender, or not lender, but your insurance agent.
Maria, we have a question.
Yeah, perfect. That's even better.
Okay, Ms. Tracy, go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, I had a question. What if the insurance company, let's say your house is worth $300,000, but they only say they can insure $200,000, like they can't cover the full amount. Should you still go with them or find another insurance that can cover the whole amount?
So the 300, is that the amount of the loan?
That's how much basically, yeah. Or let's say you buy your house in cash for $300,000 and you don't have a loan, but they can only insure $200,000. Like, what would you do?
I would definitely look into another company. Sometimes what messes with your numbers also is, okay, I'm buying this property, right? But I have the land. So a lot of times that's why at the beginning, when we're doing the policy, it may look like, oh my gosh, my house is only worth 300, but they want me to insure 350,000, but it could be the land, right? Because that's your loan. You're paying for land and home. But when you do insurance, and your thought is it has to be just the dwelling. Now, the numbers can go up and down, but you as a customer have that liberty to choose the amount. So you can insure up to the 200,000, but it has to be, it's like a research. It's like we do a research, and how much is the land and how much is the property. But on most policies, and I will educate on my policy, the homeowner's policy that we have with State Farm, we have something called increased dwelling. So if I am calculating that your home is worth 300,000, on top of that, if you insure it at that 300,000 that I come up with, you get an additional 20%. So if the bank wanted you to have 350,000, you have that cushion that's protected from my increased dwelling. There's not very many companies that do that. So it's an extra that you're given because inflation, every year, all policies will inflate, the prices go up. It's kind of that extra cushion for anything that could happen and you need to be protected. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And the reason I was asking, because I have a friend, she purchased a house, but hers is like, let's say 600,000. But the insurance company only said the max they can do is 500. So that's what I'm like, I told her, I'm like, you should look for something else that cover at least what, because she paid cash too, so.
Yeah, especially if you're paying cash, they should not put a regulation on that. Now, with that said, you know, you have the in-house appraisal that the insurance company does, or the appraisal that you paid for. Whatever that number is, the insurance company with us, not saying in general with all of them, but with us, if you insure it for more than the appraisal, you have that cushion. So that would cover that difference that she's looking for.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions anybody have? Sometimes those might help with any questions, because you're at that moment that you just bought the home and you might have questions.
Well, my question is, I have a bunch of quotes that I've been reviewing for like months. I know they're kind of outdated now since the thing got delayed, but in researching the company that I wanted to go, like the reviews on the claims and stuff was bad. So I'm like, even though that was my choice, now I'm debating. So it's like all of this stuff. So like I'm back at square one. I don't really know what I want to do right now.
Yes. And that's the thing is, you know, claims is a very important picture, because you have that moment that I've been hit by lightning, example. You need someone immediately. So does the company that you go with, do you know where to call? Are you calling a call center? Are you calling an agent's office? Do you have access to the same person that kind of you spoke with that sold you the policy? That makes a big difference. Or does their company have a 24-hour service? So that's where kind of the research. So a lot of times customers will sacrifice the value because of the price. I need this price. I need it to be cheap. I need it to be just this, but they're not looking at what does this company offer. And claims is going to be one of the biggest. Is like, will they be able to come out to me? Will my company, and I'll say it, you know, I've gone out myself and I write out a check. When the freezing came not too long ago, we write out checks. Here's for your hotel. Here's for you to have something to eat. There's something on your policy. You'll find it. It's called loss of use. And that's what pays that. You should have loss of use. My house is uninhabitable. I can't live in it. That's how we should be able to get to you, but you should be able to easily contact someone or a claims department that can give you the service immediately when you have that loss.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's something I'm looking into.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, Maria, will you please explain, a lot of times when I'm doing like homeowners walkthroughs, we discuss the trees and trees that are maybe leaning, like my neighbor's trees is leaning towards my house. In the case of a big heavy wind, that tree falls over my house. What insurance would protect my house? My insurance, or would be the neighbor's insurance?
So it all depends where it's at. So I will tell everyone right now, if you see that neighbor and you see that tree is already leaning, if it looks like it is already rotten, maybe it could be hollow, maybe you see lots of limbs on the outside, I will say from previous experiences, I would definitely get with that owner, even send a certified letter and have that as your protection that you're trying to mitigate. But the people who have the tree on their yard, they have an obligation to mitigate some of that damage. So that could be something that you can go back on and try, you know, to fight them, but it's a hard fight. But let's say your policy, let's say it's on your land and it falls and it lands on your house. Yes, there's coverage. We will pay to even remove it. You know, it's like tree removal. We pay to get that removed, but not all policies do carry that. So that's another very important question that you must ask. If a tree falls, is it going to be removed, or do I have to pay for it? And then the damage that it caused on your home. there's also something on a policy called liability. If I'm at fault, so I'm at my yard and I'm cutting this tree. Maybe I took it upon myself to cut this tree on my yard and it landed on the neighbor's yard. Well, I have something on my policy called liability. All policies will have a liability. Liability will help kind of with that. Did that make sense on that that subject? Okay.
Yes.
And so that kind of opened the door on the liability. So the other two things that you will find on the homeowner's policy, and I'll say this, I'll go back in order. That way you kind of know if any of you are making notes. So you have the dwelling portion, which is the amount for your home. Then under that, you will have personal contents. How much is it for my personal items? And those are two separate numbers. Then you have your deductibles. Those are the big main things. What is my deductibles? And in the state of Texas, early 2000s, they took away what used to be increments of 500s. If you have a policy, maybe through a different company, sometimes those are grandfathered, but most of them are going to be by percentages. 1% of the amount you're insuring the home, 2%. So if it's a $300,000 home, your deductible is $3,000. There's no way around it. They seem kind of big, but it is what it is. But we do have some customers that choose to have a higher deductible. You as a customer have that liberty to change that. The higher the deductible, the better it is on your premium. Then when we keep going down on the policy, the other big things that all policies will have is the liability. So the minimum that you can do on the liability is 100,000, and it can go up to 1 million. What the liability does do, it protects you from anything that someone can come back and sue you. If you have a dog, your dog kind of bites the neighbor. I had an instance where a customer was selling a gun and the gun went off. He's liable. So there's protection on there. On the liability portion, I mean, sometimes we have kids, you know, we have things that can happen. Or if we have a swimming pool, if you have a swimming pool, you need to have that highest that you can on the liability. And then separately, you need to have something called an umbrella policy. I will tell you that. One incident that can happen can destroy what you've worked so hard for. And then you'll have another item on there called medical payments. So medical payments to others in your house, that people that do not live with you. So that person that got bit by the dog, it's going to cover. The person that was shot in his hand, it's going to cover. But there are limits. So the lowest limit is 1,000. The highest is 10,000. So the perfect example that I just had, someone that comes and does their garden, and he got bit by a snake. The gardener went to the hospital. This customer only had 1,000. The customer ended up paying out of his hand, out of his pocket, the rest of the money. So he wouldn't be sued. But the highest you can do is 10,000. 10,000 will help in something like that. And I'm going back. I'm so sorry. I see where someone said, what if the tree is on a vacant lot next to your home?
1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes. If it's my experience, I need to find out who the person is, the owner of this empty lot. You can Google the address, maybe go on the tax record for the county. If it's Dallas County, put the address and you can find the owner. I would definitely send a certified letter to whoever owns that property, because that's a liability to you. And so you're protecting yourself with that. You've done what you can on that sense. And it's not fair that we have to, but you have to protect yourself.
And Maria, at that point, to add off that question for our client, what happens if we cannot get the address or certify a mail because the address they have on file, say for example with DCAT is the address that's next to their home? You know, they don't have a PO box or their mailing address.
There's
what
nothing
can we do
in there
at that point?
Yeah, that's a really tough one. But the obligation of the homeowner's policy, you have a homeowner's policy, your homeowner's policy should take care of you from your dwelling. Now, the insurance company will go back and they will do all measures of trying to subrogate, and they will try to go back. But if that tree comes down and it hits your house, you know, with us, so again, you have to check your policy. Will this policy cover me if a tree lands on it? So I'm saying it very, very, you'll remember this conversation if you didn't check on it and it wasn't covered.
That's true. And another prime example on that, it's like the fence, right? Those fences. You know, a lot of people think that just because you have a fence, that every insurance company covers a fence. Can you explain about on that as well?
Yes, it's the same exact thing. So, so let me bring the big picture. So there's about 150 different homeowners policies in the state of Texas. So, you know, when people sometimes will call and they'll say, hey, I want an auto quote. Just give me what I have. Okay, I can compare apples to apples. My biggest way of saying it is a homeowners is you're comparing an apple to a mango. It's different. You will never get the same. You have to dissect and it's by sections. So you have to be very sure of what you have because you will not get the same coverage. So a fence, on some policies, they're going to say, how old is the fence? What caused it to fall? Again, did you have that obligation? Did you mitigate what was out there? So definitely, you know, and especially like right now, you're just in your home. We have technology with our phones. Go by and you take a picture of everything you have and save that somewhere. Email it to yourself or email it to your agent. I save them for my customers, but that way, if anything ever, there's no question about it. I have my proof. Here it is. But occasionally I have seen companies where they will deny a fence claim falling over because it's not covered on their policy. It's that, it could be that policy that only covers, you know, theft, fire, like they're very specific. They name them. It's a name policy.
Okay. Thank you.
Right.
You're welcome.
That's my exact situation at the moment. I have a tree that's leaning, the tree is on the vacant lot, but it's leaning on the, actually it's two trees. It's leaning on the fence, but it also can possibly go over onto the house too if something was to happen. And the back fence is just the alley back there. What a tree is, there's an alley. So that's why my mind concern was for that too, just right. To fall over on the fence.
Yes, yes. So I would definitely ask your new homeowners insurance and ask them, give them the scenario. You are mitigating, you are trying to find out, you're preventing that now.
Yes, I was like, I don't know what to do in that scenario.
Right, and just remember that with insurance companies, you are able to change your insurance company at any time. Okay. Now, a lot of times you might be under contract with the current insurance company that you might have, but you're able to change it after, you know, once you're able to renew. Okay. Now, if you do that, if you do change your insurance company to the one that you are paying with your lender, make sure you notify your lender, okay, that you are now with XYZ company, so that your lender can make that payment, okay, to that new company, okay, because otherwise they will continue to pay ABC company, but then you have XYZ now, and then XYZ is like, hey, we haven't received a payment, so well, yeah, because your payment was going to ABC, okay, so make sure any changes that you make to your, you know, to your or any change you make with your insurance company, you let your lender
mortgage
know. Yes,
yes,
correct.
Yes, and you can do that at any time, like he said. In my office, our habit is we help the customer. We'll call the mortgage with them right here. We'll send what they need, and they do something called escrow analysis. So it could make your policy go up. It can make your policy or the amount you pay go up or down. But it's something easy that we can help you get through that portion. Right. One other thing that before I forgot, on the home, you have something called detached structures. The detached structures, here we go. It's almost kind of, it's part of the fence. But if you have a she shed or a little barn in the back, whatever you have that's on your property, that's a different amount of coverage. It won't come from the homeowner's portion. It's another coverage that you should have on your policy, and it should cover that. So again, what will be replaced? So those are questions you kind of need to ask on that sense. But anything else, you can feel free to reach out to me. I know our time is limited.
Yes. Hey, Maria, if you don't mind, please share your contact information in the chat to everyone. Yes. That way, in the case that they have any further questions, you know, a lot of times, you know, like you're here sitting in classes, you're like, oh, I don't have any questions. But then you go outside and like, oh, there's a tree. Let me ask the question now. So, you know, make sure that, you know, reach out to Maria or anyone.
Yes, definitely. We're here local, but we can do anywhere in the state of Texas. So we can do everything virtual. I can do a virtual and present. I apologize that I do not have anything to present today, but it's more of the verbal. But yes, feel free to reach out. We'll help you through it. And if you just want us to review it, I'll review it for you. Any question, feel free to reach out. But congratulations to everyone. You have a wonderful Saturday.
Yes. Hey, make sure you
put my info in there.
Yes, to everyone.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Maria, thank you so much for joining us today, okay?
Thank you.
Have a great one.
You
All
too.
right, we are going to move right ahead. Our next presenter, you know, like I said, the reason that we provided this class is to make you a successful homeowner, okay? You know, as much as we want you to be successful, you know, a lot of times things do happen, right? For the next presentation, we do have a familiar face with Dallas Area Habitat. We have Melissa Garza, which is going to be presenting on foreclosure prevention, okay? Good morning, Melissa.
Good morning, everyone. Jessica says that it's so great to see your faces and everyone else's name. I'm so pleased to have you all in one room together. So yes, I'll go over the foreclosure prevention presentation. And what I'll do is I'll share my screen. I'll take my face off for a little bit just to get done with the presentation, no distractions, and then I'll bring my face back up for any questions. Okay? Let's see. Are you guys looking at my screen now?
We are. We're not seeing. There you go.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So yes, again, my name is Melissa Garza, and I'm currently the loan officer for Dallas Neighborhood Homes. Currently, Eileen Kudiamat is the servicing manager. So she is the one that works with Amerinet directly, but if you all have any questions or any issues with Amerinet, please always have in mind that you can reach out to us. Currently, please do cell phone number. I'll go ahead and include my cell phone number at the end of the presentation, since we're currently not in the office. Okay, so today we'll be going over the responsibilities of homeownership, spending, saving wisely, what is home equity, common financial traps, foreclosure and alternatives, and we'll end with a Q&A session. So if you guys ever saw that Spider-Man Into the Verse, with great freedom comes great responsibility. Responsibilities of homeownership. At this point, I know there are a few that have already closed, but for those that haven't, this is items that we need to keep in mind going forward. Making your payment on time and in full. Dallas Neighborhood Homes informs Amerinet that we do not allow partial payments. It is best to send the full payment. If for any reason Amerinet does allow you to send partial payment, it will not count towards the payment. So it's as if you didn't make any payment at all. Payments are currently being due the 1st of every month, and the grace period should be up to the 15th, which means that if it's received on the 16th, at that point, it would already accrue a late charge. Amerinet is the one currently working with Dallas Neighborhood Homes, but have in mind they are the sub-servicer. They will process your payments. They will send you your payment statement, but the servicer is still and continues to be Dallas Area Habitat. So again, if any questions, please don't doubt on reaching out to us. Understanding what your payment includes. So yay for 0% interest. It does not include interest. In a normal world, yes, it would. But for you, it would only be principal, property taxes, and insurance. For those buying outside of Habitat, then your interest will also be included with your principal amount. Being equipped to maintain, repair, and improve your home. So at this time, and I want to say that during this presentation, we did go ahead and hopefully go over changing filter and on other quick maintenance items. But again, if there is a question that you may have, give us a call and we can have any of our construction team members answer those questions for you. Spending and saving wisely. So after closing, now let's say you're going from rent, so you have already worked and budgeted for what your rent payment was, what other additional trash fees or electricity, water. Now that you have closed on your home, you have to make sure to reevaluate your budget. Now consider what your new mortgage payment will be, what other fees now you do have to pay for, let's say, for cable, continuing to do electricity, it may be more expensive just because of the square footage and the air conditioning that it would take to maintain it cold. So this is something that you would just have to do every single year to assure that you will have enough every single month to make your payment. As well as for your savings, now there's a home. Unfortunately, now there won't be no maintenance that you can email someone to come fix. Now it would be on you. So what would it cost me to go to Home Depot and get another filter? What would it cost me to have a contractor come out and fix a possible foundation? Or what would it cost me to pay the deductible that I've signed up for regarding any insurance claim? Here is where, again, do you have the funds to for preventive maintenance or home repairs? Where it says having the know-how, that's mainly if something does happen, do you know of a contractor that can fix the fence? Do you know of a contractor that can fix the foundation? A company that would fix your roof? We have a lot of families that come with a claim and the insurance company does give them the check needed, but they never know which contractor or other to go with. Definitely start Googling and at least have numbers available for when the time comes, which would be an emergency, you'd have something available to work with. Escrow analysis, again, every single year your payment will either increase or it may decrease depending on what the cost of your property taxes and insurance results to be. The way that it could decrease, for example, is if you currently are paying about $1,500 as a premium in your insurance, but your credit report gets a better score, or you start shopping around for other insurance companies. And let's say your new premium is $900 now per year. That means that your payment amount is most likely to go down overall. Same for your property taxes. If your property taxes you're currently doing regular, and once you've lived there for a year, you do your homestead exemption, then that can also decrease the property taxes that you would normally have paid otherwise. You'll receive your escrow analysis every single year from AmeriNet. They'll go ahead and send you a letter and it'll inform you what your new payment will be. If you didn't have enough in your escrow account to cover your insurance and your property taxes, your payment will include a shortage, which you can decide to pay in full, or you can decide to pay within 12 months. However, that would increase your payment a little higher. And I get a copy of the letters all the time. So again, if you have a question on that, just make sure to email it to me and I can go over that with you in more detail. Budgeting. So yes, we need to stick to a spending plan, not because it gets fun. You buy a house and you want to buy the new furniture, you want to buy decor. God, if you go to the Restore, want to buy everything that they have now with Pottery Barn. But please have in mind that this is your home and the goal is to keep your home we can also work towards saving for those items that you do become interested in. You can have a fund savings account, a claim account, and just divide it so you can be prepared for all cases or all scenarios. I would say just give it some time. Don't wait 3 months to pay the first mortgage payment and sign up for new debt. Wait at least a year, see how you're doing within that year. How well you budget it, how well you came out of that year. And then if you are looking to purchase a new vehicle or get a loan for a new whole living room, bedroom set, that is something that you won't have trouble in paying along with all the other debts and cost. Reminder, emergency fund is very important. And one of our strategies for success is, of course, always pay yourself first. In this case, make the first mortgage payment, make the credit card payments, your auto loan, and then after that, whatever is set aside, then you can go ahead and spend it at your leisure, or of course, also include savings. And of course, always prepare for the unexpected. Home equity. This is a new subject that we haven't really gone over, but today is the day. And I do want to apologize. My son is with me at home. Home equity. So the difference between what your home is worth and the total amount you owe. At this point, especially those that received, whether it was a grant or additional DPA assistance, your value now, let's say, was a sales price of, or even appraisal value of $200,000, but your loan amount is only $142,000. At this point, you're actually already, you have equity in your home. So you're already going into this home with money that you can eventually either borrow if you want to, or use. So the way to build equity is, of course, maintaining your home. That is a big deal. Make sure that you clean your home, your windows, what is necessary to not create mold. Make sure you change your filter. Otherwise, if any overflowing water, that would cause damage to your carpet and furniture that you may have. The more you don't borrow against your equity, the more you'll have. It's an investment. The longer you can keep it, the longer you'll have to make more money, or at least have that as an investment. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so give me a minute. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. That's the beauty about being at home, right? You hear everything.
Thank you. Okay. So housing market, how it plays a factor. Let me.
He wants the mom attention. He wants Melissa's attention. How's everyone finding the information though? So far, good?
Great info.
Good.
You guys are doing this on a Saturday too, so.
It is on a Saturday, yeah.
I said thank you guys for doing it on a Saturday. So.
Oh yeah, yes.
We'll take welcome. The baby in the background. We don't mind, Melissa.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you. Okay, I think we're good now. So moving along again with equity, what does it help us on, and how can it be as an investment? Right now, we're starting young. If, let's say, your children are still in elementary and at some point they want to go to Harvard, that is an investment of them getting that education. So, tired of running. if your home, you've accumulated all this equity, what you could potentially do in the future is get a loan on your home and help pay for that college of your daughter, your son, or if you have other intentions of using this money wisely and maybe for another investment, that would also be a great win. For those that have interest, normally a refinance is a great option because you can always reduce your interest rate to whatever the market value at that point may be. I know during the pandemic, a lot of people were going from 5% to 3%, which is a great win. At this point, for those with 0%, I would not recommend refinancing. It can't get better than 0%, you all. But it is an option.
Yes, Lord Jesus.
Right?
0% amazing. Congrats. Oh.
So, and we have no prepayment penalty. So whatever you pay towards your mortgage, you can finish paying your home immediately. Habitat or D&H is not currently doing any refinance. If you, for any reason, decide that that is an option that you'd like to seek, you'd have to go to another bank, let's say Chase, any other big banks, or even credit union. The home equity loan is the one where you can actually get a second mortgage against your home. And again, this is, let's say you want to invest into sending your child to a college. However, the funds are not available, then that is an option. I mean, it is another investment. And there's many other, for those that don't have children, go to Paris, items like that. But please have in mind that that will increase your payment because not only will you have a first mortgage, but you also have a second mortgage and your equity at that point will have lowered. The home equity line of credit. This is more of a revolving line of credit that someone just keeps obtaining consistently from your home equity. And at this point, this actually has a higher rate most of the times, but you can always converse to see what it would cost you at that point. The home equity conversion mortgage, that's for those that are older than 62 years old, and it's more of a reverse mortgage. There are two options with that. Sometimes they do go ahead and just pay whatever the cost of the house is in a lump sum, or they pay you monthly versus you making payments towards your mortgage. Also, it means you can possibly keep your home, or once you and your spouse pass, the home may be the bank's at that point. Avoiding financial traps. So for those that have been there a year, I can only imagine the type of mail that you have already received or will receive. It's a lot. And a lot of it says Dallas Neighborhood Homes. A lot of it says Dallas Area Habitat. Please know that this purchase is public record. If I currently go on DCAD, I can see, if I know where the address is, I can see who the owner of the property is. So it's not that Dallas Neighborhood Homes or Dallas Area Habitat or even AmeriNet is sharing information. It's just that with public record, other companies want to sell you mortgage insurance, maintenance insurance, and that is all optional. Please have in mind, it's not a requirement. Also, most of these mail pieces, they won't have our logo. They'll only have the name. If it is something that Dallas Area Habitat or Dallas Neighborhood send, we'll have our logo on there so you can tell it is our mail. Any of these services, again, if at some point you feel you are not able to make a payment to your home, please give us a call. We're not going to charge you to possibly provide you a modification or give you some time to make your payment. Also, filing a homestead exemption, that is a free service. If anything is providing a charge to you to do something, always bring that up to us. Most cases, it is a free service that you could do online or even directly with us. And of course, the usual motto, if it seems to get to be true, it probably is. So again, just give us a call and we'll be happy to help. So foreclosure, I'm happy to note that Habitat hasn't done any foreclosures within actually the past few years, but I'm not saying that we won't or that we hadn't in the past. Unfortunately, if it just gets to where you're unable to make a payment for almost a year, then we would at that point recommend that it's best for you to sell your property. In that case, we would go ahead and contact our attorneys, send you a notice before doing that, and informing you still at that point, here are the options, give us a call. We don't want to get to the last part where we have to advise our attorneys of this foreclosure status. In Texas, a lender is able to foreclose on a home after 3-4 months. Again, Habitat would most likely attempt to help you versus getting to that option. We do not have an incentive to foreclose on a home. If anything, it's actually more expensive. What does stop us is while you're not making your payment, Habitat, since the property taxes and insurance is escrowed, guess who's paying for all of that? So at the end, our negatives can only reach so high. Every single year we're paying for owed property taxes and insurance, which can cost us about $400,000 a year. So at risk of foreclosure is not making your payment or not communicating. I think communication is the biggest item. I have a few, especially during the pandemic, that were unable to make their payment. And our Eileen Kudiamat, which is our manager, she was able to help them financially, help them with their payment so they wouldn't have to worry about it. But again, the main thing is communication. For those that weren't able to communicate with us, I mean, there was really nothing that we could do. If you are at risk at possibly falling behind on your payment, then the first thing would be to give us a call right when you know of that, so we can work out a plan for you. Call. So pay what you can. When I mentioned about the partial payments, so no, it doesn't count as a full payment, or it doesn't count as if you even made your payment. But if you're going to spend this $400, we rather you send those $400 and just treat it more into a reserve account, which would be more of a savings with AmeriNet. Once you send the remaining, then they'll apply the full payment to your record. But yes, versus spending it, then send it. This year, again, due to the pandemic, we have done so many modifications, so it is an option. Unfortunately, because most are at 0%, the only way that we could possibly reduce your payment would be to extend your loan. So if it's 30 years and you're at the beginning, most likely it could extend to about 40. No scams, and at this point we're still getting help for COVID. So again, if any of you all are experiencing any issues with COVID, give us a call back. Let us know how we can help you, and we'll let you know what options we have available to help you. This is one of the free foreclosure prevention and counseling phone numbers. If you don't want to work with that agency or even call for any questions, just also give us a call and we can help you with any ideas of what to do to build a budget or even a savings plan so you can get to where you need to get. Alternatives to foreclosure, it includes reinstatement. Reinstatement means that if it costs you $3,000, $500 to become current, if you pay that amount in full, you'll become automatically reinstated. Forbearances, especially during COVID, if you didn't have employment and you needed a break or were unable to make a payment, let's say for 3 months, a forbearance would give you time to not pay anything with those few months and then just come back. And then we discuss a repayment plan so we can make up for those months that were missed. The repayment plan, if you didn't lose your job, but you did fall behind and are ready to make more towards your principal amount, then repayment plan would allow you to pay a higher amount to reinstate your loan quicker. Loan modification. So the 40 years sounds terrible, and they're not all going to be 40 years. But again, 0% interest. So if we're reducing your principal balance because you can only pay $100 towards your principal amount plus escrow and insurance, you can still make a higher payment. It doesn't have to last 40 years. 0% interest, you can make a higher payment once you're ready to do so. But at least you won't be dinged for not being able to pay more than $500. So that is an option that Habitat is currently offering. Refinancing, again, we do not offer that option, but if for any reason you decide to refinance, have in mind that you may get an interest-bearing loan if you do, and you will have to pay for closing costs. Worst case scenario, if for any reason you are unable to get reinstated or are just not able to keep up with your property, we would recommend to sell your home. The different options include a short sale or a deed in lieu. So sell your home, we would guide you to seek for your own real estate agent, put your house on the market. We would help with a payoff letter. That way you can know how much you would be selling your home for and what your profit would be. For those with down payment assistance, the restrictions are 5 years. If you decide to sell your home before 5 years is up, then you will most likely have to pay part of the DPA back. After that, if no restrictions exist, then the profit may be fully yours, especially if it's after 10 years. A deed in lieu, if you're not interested in selling your home and just ready to give up your keys, we would go ahead and have you sign a form. You turn the keys to us, and then we'll take care of pretty much the loan amount and everything else that comes with it. Just to summarize. So again, preparation. I don't doubt that any of y'all are not prepared for this journey. Porfirio and his whole department are just great in helping you all reach to where you guys need to be. The way budgeting was set up, savings, and most of y'all, if I'm correct, of the time that I closed, the savings was excellent. So don't lose that path. Continue on what you have learned until you can finish paying this property, and it will be yours. Responsibility is not only in keeping up with your payments, but keeping up with your home. If your home looks and is maintained well, then equity will stay there. But if you decide to sell your home and you never maintained it, then that's only going to decrease off your profit. I know at this point, everybody's so excited and making your payment on time, but unfortunately, things happen and we have to be prepared for what the unexpected could be and how that could affect us. Also, no traps, please reach out to us and we'll be able to review any mail pieces or go over your options at no cost to you and in a friendly manner. And of course, you already know us, so we'll always be happy to help all of you. For those that have gone through PocketWise, it hasn't expired. You still have the option to log on, continue to see and be helped with these financial education tools, and also a few webinars. If you're interested in retaking any of the classes, let us know and we could possibly sign you up for the next ones. All right, so this would end my presentation. I would want to see if anyone has questions for me.
I don't see any questions so far, but as you can see in here in the chat, Eileen Kudamat actually dropped in her contact information. Will you just explain what is the relationship with Eileen?
Yes, Eileen is currently our manager for Dallas Neighborhood Homes. So she's amazing. She knows all of it and she will be more than willing to help you. If this doesn't work, that will work. And if that doesn't work, another third piece will work. So she's great. Reach out to her if you have any questions. If you're unable to reach her in case she's on vacation, reach out to me and I can always contact her to let her know how we can help.
I see Eileen's on the line. I don't know if she wants to say anything. Eileen?
Yes. Hi, everyone, and congratulations on your new home. I am available after hours sometimes. You can email me, call me, or text me, and I'll be able to answer all your questions. I do want to reiterate the scams. There's a lot of people right now who are taking advantage of folks that are new homeowners or who may be experiencing difficulty. If you receive any phone calls or correspondence, especially ones who are asking for personal information, please reach out to us and ask us if this is something that Dallas Habitat sent out to their homeowners.
Exactly. Yeah, and like Melissa and Eileen is explaining, this, even though that we have not foreclosed any property within the last years or like within the last 2 years or so, Habitat still is able to. Okay, so in the case that we don't receive a mortgage payment, right, that not only affects your credit score, but it's going to drastically affect it a lot. But we will also do a foreclosure, okay? A foreclosure has a big impact on your life, right? It's just like the whole process is just draining, right? And then you're going to have a hard time being able to lease an apartment again, or, and most importantly, be able to purchase a house within the next 3 to 7 years, okay? So again, in the case that you fall behind on your mortgage payment, okay, don't hesitate to contact AmeriNet, which is the servicer, or Melissa or Eileen, so they can note it on their file that you're falling behind, okay? It is easier for Dallas Area Habitat and Dallas Neighborhood Homes to assist you in once you're getting into the hole, right? Then where you're already in the hole, right? Then try to come up with ways that you can, not be foreclosed on, okay? So any problems that you face from here on to this is like a whole relationship, right? We are going to be married for 30 years, okay? So until we divorce, that divorce is gonna be either you pay off the loan or, you go into foreclosure, unfortunately. But again, it's better for us to know anything that is going on, okay? So Melissa, Eileen, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. It was great seeing everyone's names.
Yes.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, everyone. So this next presenter, we have Mr. Lonnie Smith with On the Road Lending. Okay. So On the Road Lending, it's a nonprofit organization that basically does affordable payments for auto loans. Okay. So in the case that you are already closed on the house, right? You moved in, and now you are ready to take the next step, maybe to also be able to purchase a vehicle. After you move into the house, you close and all that. You know, we suggest for you to have an affordable vehicle payment. Okay. So today we have Mr. Lonnie Smith with the On the Road Lending, and he's just going to talk about what On the Road Lending is and give you some more information on that. Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Appreciate it. And thank you, everyone who's on this call, for taking some time out on your Saturday. And I know there could be some other competing interests, so want to make sure that this is of high value to you. So On the Road Lending, we started in Dallas, Texas in 2013. We're a nonprofit. We also have a sister entity, which is a community development financial institution, which is a designation under the U.S. Treasury. That means that we can lend money in the community. And so that's the great thing about our program, is that we provide affordable vehicle financing. We always like to say that we're the habitat for humanity for vehicles. And so I'm glad we have this conversation. The way our underwriting process works, you can apply online, and it takes probably 10 to 15 minutes to complete an application. We ask for your 2 most recent bank statements, your 2 most recent pay stubs. We ask for you to also tell us about yourself. It's important for us to know who you are, because what we do is relationship lending. So once we received all that information, we have all your various documentation, you're forwarded on to our coaching process, which is also our underwriting process. We do not look at credit to make our underwriting decisions. We do a hard pull of credit just so we can have a better understanding of your financial health, but we do not use credit to make our underwriting decisions. What we will do is we will work with you and build a budget, and we're looking to see how much you're spending on a monthly basis, and do you have at least $500 to $600 after all of your expenses have been paid on a monthly basis, $500 to $600 to put towards transportation costs. And what we're looking at is a holistic approach in terms of those costs. So not only the car note, but car insurance, gas consumption, any other expenses related to owning a vehicle, we're looking to see if that's in your budget. I would say today our current client has a credit score of around 500. And I think what I'm proud to share is that on average, our clients increase their credit score by 157 points. So that is significant, because part of our program is really intended to serve as a bridge or access to prime credit. And so there is no penalty if you pay off your loan early with us, or if you do a refinance and you're able to get a better rate. Our rate is 50 to 60% cheaper than what you would get in the marketplace. So that is beneficial, because that's more money in your pocket on a monthly basis. So you could have a past repossession, a bankruptcy, and again, our credit score does not matter. In that underwriting decision, what's key and so important for us is your ability to repay and making sure that there's money in the budget to put towards transportation. The next stage of our process is something unique that other dealerships, lenders do not provide, and that is vehicle selection assistance. Our team will look for the right vehicle that fits the budget, those approved by your coach and underwriter. And on average, our vehicles are 2 to 4 less than miles with an extended warranty on it. So the real 2 strong principles of our program is around affordability and reliability, and to provide a healthy alternative to predatory lending. Our default rate is less than 4%. And why that is important is that when I shared from the beginning, our sister entity is a CDFI. That means we service the loans and we don't sell it to anyone else. We take that same approach of caring about people in our servicing process. And so, again, 4%, we're typically in the subprime market, it's anywhere from 30 to in terms of a default rate. It works. You can apply online. It takes 10 to 15 minutes to complete. Your 2 most recent bank statements, your 2 most recent pay stubs. We do not look at credit. We're not pushing a particular type of vehicle because we don't have inventory on a lot. And we are a healthy, safe alternative to predatory lending. So would love to entertain any questions at this time. Are there any questions?
We currently don't have any questions. I did have a question about you're stating that the average interest rate you save about 50-60%. Can you give us a little bit more details about that?
Yeah, so I would say like our range of our rate is anywhere from 9.75 to 12.5. And so typically we see in the market 18 to 28% interest. And the rate really depends in terms of how much someone could put down as a down payment in terms of the equity that they would have in that loan. So that is really the driving factor, where other lenders would really rely upon your credit score. Great question.
Thank you. And then, so because you guys don't go based off credit scores, is there like a certain amount, like is it just a flat interest rate fee or just a pin?
It really depends upon how much someone's able to put down. In the industry, that's what we call loan to value. So if someone has more equity and they put more money down, that means that they would get a lower interest rate within that range that I just shared.
Is this only for Texas residents?
Yes, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, actually, go ahead.
Is this only for Texas residents, or can you use the lending service if you live in other states?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. Right now, we are currently in Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and Texas, with plans to expand to 3 additional states by the end of this year. Those expansion states are Arizona, Illinois, and Indiana. But anywhere in the state of Texas, we conduct business.
Thank you.
Great question. Thank you.
And I see a question here. So how is it when it comes to finding the car? You said a counselor would be someone that would kind of advise what the price range. So will you guys be looking at an open market, or how would that work to search a car? Like, for example, they don't have one and they're looking for their first brand new car.
Yeah, so great question. So the way that would work is that the vehicle selection team would work in partnership with that prospective client and would look online. It would provide 5 to 7 different options and would share those with the prospective client. And it would really, the driving factor of that would be the budget that was approved. So they might have been approved, let's say, for example, for $17,000. They would look within that price range for a vehicle. And then each person would be able to say, well, no, I want a metallic blue car, you know, with these type of features. But the driving factor for us in terms of the vehicle is ensuring that it fits the budget as well as fits whatever family needs. And then, of course, we're looking for vehicles in the range of 2 to 4 years old, less than 50,000 miles. Ensure those tenants about affordability and reliability.
Okay, awesome. No, great. Again, anyone, if you have any questions, you can unmute yourself. Again, we have our representative here with on the road lending. they pretty much help people when it comes to getting refinancing, or I mean, actually getting an auto loan and getting a good interest rate. So my question, I have a question for you, since you're saying that it goes based on more pay stub and not really the credit. What would be the situation if someone was looking maybe at a brand new car compared to a used car? Do you guys work with someone that has a brand new car as well?
Typically, we try and stay away from some new vehicles, and really the rationale behind that is that vehicle value depreciates significantly as soon as you drive it off the lot. And so currently in the current market, the cost of vehicles has gone up significantly. Now, there could be a situation or scenario if we're looking at someone's budget and there's money to support a newer vehicle, we would do that. But typically, again, we're looking for slightly used vehicles with low mileage.
Now, Mr. Lonnie, thanks so much for answering that question. Now, do you choose, do you have the vehicle or lots that you work with, or does the client goes and search for that vehicle?
Yeah, so really good question. Again, that vehicle selection team is going to look for the vehicle that the prospective client has expressed interest in. And so it could be at one of many different dealers. Now, if a prospective client also found a vehicle at a dealer lot, that would be okay too. Our team would just have to do some due diligence on the vehicle, make sure it hadn't been involved in any accidents, make sure it's certified. So we would have to do a little bit more work. We typically want to work with a dealer and not private individuals that are selling the vehicle, because we have a better sense of the quality of that vehicle. But we do have some dealerships that we do not work with because they have sold vehicles that aren't in the best of shape. And we also have some dealerships that we know that are very reputable, and the quality of their vehicles are going to ensure that our clients have a reliable vehicle.
Right. Again, does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Lonnie with On the Road Lending, which does affordable auto financing? Now, what is the best way for them to contact you, Mr. Lonnie?
Yeah, so let me give you our website. That is the best way to start, the relationship with us, because again, our application is online. Our website is www.ontheroadlending.org. You can also feel free to give me a call directly at 470-522-7358, or you can reach me by email at lsmith@ontheroadlending.org.
Great. So I'm going to put his contact information here. All right, Mr. Lonnie, well, thank you so much for joining us today, for taking some time to explain to us, what are the alternative ways to auto financing, right? A lot of times, you go out there car shopping, and you don't know that there's companies like yours, or organizations like yours, that are able to support us in that way. So thanks so much for providing that information to us.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and we look forward to working with many of you, ideally, hopefully on this call, and just want you to ensure, kind of underscoring that there is a safe, healthy alternative in the marketplace. So look forward to working with everyone. Thanks again for this opportunity, Habitat.
You take care, okay? Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
All right, everyone. So there you have it. We had another presenter speak to, the importance of financing an auto in an affordable way, okay? So, even though we have this in the homeownership program, we suggest, if you're going to do that after you purchase a house, right? We have a couple of people here that we haven't closed. So you don't want to get that right now. You don't want to get an affordable loan even if it's an affordable car loan or just a car loan in general. You know, you want to get that after you close and know that you've secured auto financing completely. I'm not auto financing, but mortgage financing completely. Okay. All right. So we have 1 more hour left and we have 1 more gift to give away. So we are going to gift the Ring camera. So let me share my screen again, and I'm going to say who wins until that thing pops up, because last time I thought it was going to be Jessica and it popped somewhere else. All right, so here we go. Let's see, drum roll. Wait, let me wait. All right, Brianna, congratulations. You have won yourself a Ring camera for being here today. All right, so the last gift is going to be the grill, and we will do that at the end of the presentation, which is only an hour away. All right, so congratulations, Brianna.
Thank you, Porfirio.
Yes. All right, so let me get myself together because I will be presenting the next one, okay? How exciting is that, huh? Yay.
Is everyone still with us? I know it's a little bit of a afternoon, but thank you guys for all being here. We're starting the next presentation shortly. If you have any questions, please let me and Porfirio know. Again, we are with Dallas Habitat, and we just are happy that you guys are either in your home or about to get in your home. So we want to make sure that you guys, feel free to ask us any question you guys might have. And if you guys maybe want to talk directly, you guys are more than welcome to send us an email or give us a call, okay? Hope you guys are enjoying this beautiful Saturday morning or mid-afternoon now and enjoying the weather.
It is cold outside. I guess it's Texas cold, right?
Yeah, Texas cold weather.
All right. All right. So the next presentation that we're going to talk about, and probably one of the most important ones, right? It's maintaining your home. Okay. So in the walkthroughs, a lot of times, when you and I and the builder walk the house, we talk about this in a very specific way on what things that you need to be mindful in your house, right? And one of those things is, like for example, a lot of times we talk about the air filter, right? The AC filter, or we talk about watering your foundation, watering your lawn, stuff like that. But there's more to that, okay? As you move into the house, you are going to have expenses, okay? For those expenses, of course, it's going to be maintenance for that as part of those expenses. So you want to be prepared, okay? On average, a homeowner spends about $4,000 on annual basis on maintenance on their house. So will you please confirm, Christian, that you're able to see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. So the importance of maintenance. Your home is your biggest asset, okay? Again, your home is your biggest asset. Routine maintenance is critical for its upkeeps and well-being, okay? It will also prevent breakdowns, save you money in the long run, and keep your home in good condition. What does it mean about save you money in the long run? That means that if you are able to catch something while it's happening versus you let it sit, that little thing that you caught, will probably potentially save you a lot more money, because the longer you sit on it, the more expensive it's going to be, okay? So which is why you want to do those maintenance, okay? So there are types of home maintenance, okay? Preventative maintenance, seasonal maintenance, and repair and replacement, okay? So anyone here can tell me, what do you think is an example of a preventative maintenance? Please unmute yourself.
Adding gutters.
Adding gutters, yeah, that is a preventative maintenance. Anyone else? What is something that you do in your house to prevent something from not happening or getting worse later on.
Changing the filters.
Cleaning your
Exactly.
ducts. Oh, sorry.
Pouring
Exactly.
foundation into the concrete.
Exactly.
Around the house.
Change your air filter. That is probably one of the biggest one. And that's the one that I wanted everyone to hear. Okay. Changing your air filter. Okay. Especially you bought a new construction house, right? Or you're going to be buying, if you buy with Dallas Habitat, you will be buying a new construction house. So which means that the house is fairly, it's new, right? So there is going to be a lot of more dust in the house, like for at least for the first couple of months, right? And everything is just going to flow through it more quickly, right? So you changing the air filter, it's going to save you a lot more money because you didn't change it and you have to now replace the whole HVAC, okay? So how often, can anyone tell me how often do you change that air filter? I'm questioning y'all because we talked about this on the walkthroughs.
Is it, oh, I haven't had a walkthrough, but is it 6 months or every year?
Every month.
Every month, exactly. Yes,
Sorry.
so I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here today because it is every month, okay? You change your air filter every month, okay? Why? Because, you know, or one way to remember that is if you pay your mortgage payment on the first of every month, you change your air filter, okay? You pay your, you make your mortgage payment the next month, you change your air filter, okay? Now, if you have a pet inside the house, you are probably going to change it more frequently, probably every other week, okay? Depending on what type of dog you have, okay? So what I usually suggest in the walkthroughs is that if you, for like the first couple of weeks, you know, test it out and see if you have a pet inside the house, you know, see how, if your pet sheds a lot, you know, see how your air filter does, you know, you can see through it. Can anyone tell me where's the air filter located?
In your kitchen?
In your kitchen, not necessarily. Anyone else? Someone that had a walkthrough with me.
In that thing in the hallway, that little door is the silver thing and it slides out.
Yes, that thing. It's called the HVAC unit. So yes,
yeah,
so that HVAC unit, it's usually in a closet. Okay, so you have an HVAC closet. Under that, it has like a little lid where you can pull your air filter. Okay, you pull it, and if you can see through it, that means it's still good. If you can't see through it, that means that it's no longer working, that you need to replace it. Okay, now if you don't know, you know, like I don't know if it's good or not, I would just replace it. Okay, it's better for you to just replace it every month than you thinking, oh, it's still good, and next thing you know, your AC is not cooling enough, right? And that's because most of the time it's because the air filter is clogged. You know, it's too backed up. Okay, so yes, it is located in that HVAC unit. You lift the lid and pull it out. That is something that you can do yourself. Okay, you don't have to have someone come do for you. Okay, now where can you buy an air filter?
Walmart.
Sam's.
Walmart, Sam's, yes, anywhere.
Home Depot.
The Home Depot, yes. A lot of times they sell air filters for like three air filters for like $10 to $12. Okay, so you know, just keep them around. Every time you go grocery shopping, you know, make sure you grab like a packet of air filters. That way you can have in there. But yes, I'm glad that we had this conversation. All right, what is another example of a preventative maintenance?
Changing the water heater.
Changing the water heater?
I mean, like letting it run out, I guess what it's called.
Drain it?
Drain it,
yes. Yeah. That could be a preventative maintenance. That is not something that you have to do you know, every month or every year. What Brianna is mentioning, you know, your house does have a water heater, right? And that's something that we discussed in your walkthrough as well, right? So the water heater, it has water, right? Voila. So it has water. What does water do whenever there is a lot of sitting water in one place? It starts corroding, correct? Every couple of years, you want to drain your water heater so that all that water corrosion, you know, just gets out, okay? So can Brianna, I'm quizzing you now. Do you remember how to do that?
It's in a garage and you just turn the little thing on at the bottom and it should come out.
Yes, that's partially. All right, so how do you drain your water heater? All right, so depending on what type of water heater you have, you might have a, if it's an electrical water heater, you want to first go to your breaker box, right? On your breaker box, you're going to have one of those breakers that says a water heater. Make sure you turn it off, okay? If you don't know which one it is and you can't read the chicken scratch in your breaker box, just turn the whole light off, or the whole power to your house, okay? After that, you will cut off the water that is coming from, you know, that is going into the water heater. Okay, so you cut it off. There's like a little valve that that is in over the water heater, and that valve, you just switch it to the opposite side. Okay, that will cut off the water, and no more water is going to be draining into the water heater. Okay, after that, you connect the water hose. Okay, connect the water hose to your water heater. Okay, make sure it's tight. Once you connect your water hose, make sure you extend the water hose all the way outside. Okay, don't just because you connected them, don't just leave it in the garage, right? Connect it and drag those water hose all the way out, right? The last step you're going to do is you're going to open the little valve to drain the water from the water heater to the water hose. Okay, so you should see a lot of water coming out of your water hose. Okay, after you see that the water hose is no more water coming out, that means that your water heater is already empty. Okay, what do you do after that? Then you're done with that. Okay, close the little valve, the one that is connected from the water heater to the water hose. Close it. Okay, and we're going to do everything in reverse. Okay, so we, you know, close the water hose, the water valve that's connected to the water hose, get rid of the water hose, okay, and now open the water that is draining into the water heater. Okay, this is the water that is coming out from the outside. Okay, you open the valve, okay, and now you will see, you will probably hear like a little noise, and that means that water is now draining in it. Okay, after that, you would turn on the power to the water heater. Okay, that way you can start getting hot water again. Okay, again, that seems like it's a lot of steps, but you don't have to do it every month. Okay, you don't even have to do it every year. I would probably say like every other year. Okay, you could probably even do it like every 5 years. Okay, that is just going to save the life expectancy of your water heater. Like water heaters have a life expectancy of 20 to 30 years. Okay, so the longer you have it, the longer you will be able to keep that water heater. Okay, so what do you think that are some examples of seasonal maintenance? What is something that you do on every season to your house?
I'm not sure which one this goes to, either preventive or seasonal, but to clean out the air conditioner unit outside.
Yes, yeah, that is seasonal. Yeah, and that's also preventative maintenance too, because a lot of times, you know, especially during the summer, right? You don't want to go through a Texas summer, right? Without knowing if your AC unit outside of the of your house is working properly, right? So for that, you do have to have someone service it, okay? That's not something that you can probably do yourself. You know, you can probably water it, but watering it is not going to do anything because, you know, sometimes it rains, so it just waters it, right? So for that, you do have to have a someone that comes in here and into your house and service it, okay? I would suggest for you to do it before the summer, okay? You don't want to go a full summer without knowing if it's going to work, okay? Because if it hits in the middle of the summer, guess what? Probably a lot of other people waited until the summer too to do that. So you're now not going to have a working AC on your house for a couple of weeks, okay? So yes, so go ahead and service that, you know, before the summer. Anything else? Any other preventative maintenance or seasonal maintenance?
And what do those people call? Just
so you can call what do you call them? AC repair people. Like a lot of times, like if you see on TV, there's a lot of commercials on that. It's the same people that sell AC condensers and all that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think General Electric does that, and not General Electric. What is it called? Oh, I'm blanking out now. It's just that we fix it on a flash. Those people. Yes, those. You see, it pays off for them to have a jingle on their commercials. So yeah, so those, we fix it on a flash. Like those type of people are the ones that you'll be able to call. Okay. What else do you think is the seasonal maintenance? All right, so here I have a list. I have a list of things that you should be doing on a monthly basis, okay? So on a monthly basis, test and clean your smoke and carbon monoxide detectors, okay? So those are the alarms that go off in case that there's a fire or carbon monoxide detection, okay? So you want to test those at least every month just to make sure that they're working, okay? Now, one thing, one recommendation I have on that is that even if they work, every time that we change the time zones or the time changes, you know, I usually suggest for you to change those batteries. Okay, so for example, we're about to have you know, fall, you know, times change again. So make sure whoever's living in the house now, you know, change those smoke detector batteries. Okay. And then again on the spring, when we have it again, when we make that change again, change it again. Okay. Test your GFCIs. Okay. Receptacle and breakers and outlets. Does anyone remember what is a GFCI or where are they located at?
In the restroom and in the garage.
Yes. And then there's
the laundry room.
The laundry room, and there's one more.
The kitchen.
Kitchen, yes. So GFCIs, those are power outlets that are basically where you have water running through the background or the back of the walls. Okay. If you connect something that is taking a lot of power, okay, and there's also water in that area, then that, so this motorcycle passes, that is going to break, okay? You will see that or pop, okay? You would click on it and it will reset again, okay? If it still doesn't work, you probably want to go to the garage and check the GFCI there and click on it. A lot of times there's like a little orange red light. You know, make sure that if you see that it's popped up. So just click it back, okay? Now, if that still doesn't do anything, then you probably have like an actual break breaker outlet. So you open your power box in your garage, and you will see the one that it's the one that is braked. Okay, so you press it back, and that should fix it. Now, if that doesn't fix, then at that time you will have to call for repair. Okay, so that an electrician can come in there and look at it, what's causing that. Okay, a couple of minutes ago, I was talking to Ms. Jean Fada, which is in here today. You know, she was mentioning that she's having some light flicker, and some of those light switches are just keep breaking up. So, you know, I asked her to contact the warranty because, you know, she still has warranty. Okay, so if your house is still under warranty, you can contact the warranty line and they'll be able to come in and check it out for y'all. Okay, who is the warranty line? What is your warranty company called?
210.
210, yay. Yes, 210 is your warranty. Okay, now, do y'all remember in our walkthroughs, we talked about 3 types of warranties. Okay, can anyone name me those 3 types of warranty that you have in your house?
Or one of the 3.
Foundation.
What is it?
Foundation, structural.
Yes, yes.
Workmanship.
Workmanship, yes, the workmanship warranty. Okay, that's what I was going for. Uh-huh.
And structural.
Correct. That's what I was going for. Yes. So you have workmanship. Okay, your workmanship warranty is it's 1 year after you move into the house. Okay, so if you all remember when we did the walkthrough, we talked about that your workmanship warranty is basically what you can see. Okay, what are you able to see around the house? Okay, as long as it was manufactured, or you know, something that didn't happen because of negligence of the homeowner. Okay, that is workmanship warranty. That is 1 year. Okay, the other warranty is systems warranty. Okay, that is a 2-year warranty. That is basically whatever's behind the walls of the house. Okay, so that has to do like with your plumbing, your electrical. Okay, all of that is good for 2 years. Okay, and then the last warranty that you have in your house is the structural warranty, which is going to be 10 years. Okay, that 10-year warranty will cover it's whatever is holding your house up. So that is your foundation, your beams and trusses, you know, all that. Now, a lot of times people confuse the shingles outside of the house. Okay, so let's say, for instance, your shingles needs to be replaced. What warranty do you think that it's going to fall into? Or like the roof? Anyone?
Is it workmanship, since it's something you can see?
Yes, exactly. Good one. Yeah, I was trying to see if I could trick someone. It is. It is something that you can see. Okay, so just because it's the roof, that doesn't mean it's part of the trusses, right? So your roof would be covered under warranty for 1 year. Okay, if you purchase with Dallas Habitat. Okay, it's not going to be covered for 10 years because that's not the truss. The truss is whatever is holding that roof up. Okay, so it's something that you can see. So if you can see it, it's 1 year. Okay, so a lot of times, if you are purchasing with Dallas Area Habitat, you will receive a letter from 210 saying like, hey, your warranty, your 1 year workmanship warranty is going to expire XYZ date. Okay, you're able to purchase or extend that warranty at a cost. Okay, and that's what I suggest. If you are able to extend it, go ahead and extend it. Again, it's cheaper than you going through a whole year and something breaks and you know now you have to repair it. Okay. We talked about filters. Another thing that you need to do monthly, you need to do your grout and caulking in the tile. Okay, you need to make sure you check it for repairs as needed. Okay, so the grout is whatever's holding the tiles together, right? It looks really nice right now when it's new, but the more you mop, the more darker it gets. You know, make sure you do some maintenance on it. I talked to y'all whenever we did the walkthrough to go to Home Depot, Lowe's, Ace Warehouse, any of those places, and you know, get one of those. It seems like a toothbrush. You get it like a iron toothbrush, I guess that's what it's called, and you know, to clean the grout. Okay. Now to prevent that from happening, you can also get a grout sealer. Okay. So where you actually grout the whole or seal the whole grout. Okay. It's going to take some time, but it's also going to make your house look cleaner all the time. Okay.
Are you saying grounds or what do you
grout?
say?
Grout.
Grouts?
Yeah, grout. G-R-O-U-T. Like that. Okay. All right. On a quarterly basis, we suggest either the first day of January, April, July, and October. Okay. Check the range hood charcoal filter. Okay. If you notice your range hood, the one that is above your stove, it does not circulate air out to the house. I mean, out of the house, right? It circulates air just there. So if you cook a lot with, or you steam a lot of food, you will start seeing that there's going to be a lot of, I guess, mildew in your in that hood. Okay, so at least quarterly, January, April, July, and October, you know, change that filter. That's something that also you can buy it at Home Depot, Lowe's, Ace Warehouse, and probably Walmart. Okay. Caulk and seal between the countertops and walls in any laminated surfaces. Okay. So in your case, you know, you have granite, right? A lot of times, you know, it's two pieces of big granite that are placed together, right? So the more you clean around the seal on the granite, the more it's going to deteriorate. So, you know, keep an eye on that so that you can, you know, reseal it or recaulk it on that area. Okay. I thought homeownership was fun, huh? So check and adjust any thresholds or door sweeps, okay? Weather strippings on exterior doors to maintain air tightness, okay? So at least, again, quarterly, check that you are not able to see from the inside of the house to the outside in the doors, okay? So that's the weather stripping around it, okay? Because if you are able to see that, that means that you have airflow from the inside going out and out going in, okay? And you don't want that because that's just basically your AC is working extra, okay? It says oil and all moving parts and tight nuts and bolts on garage doors and tracks on the garage door opener. Okay, so again, you have most of y'all have a garage door opener. Okay, so make sure that you maintain that at least quarterly. Okay, you want it to last. You know, not forever, but you want it to last you for a long time. So make sure you oil it and make just to see it's working properly. Now remove leaves and debris from away from the house. Okay, do you remember that we in our walkthrough we said you don't want to have, if you're going to be having a garden, you don't want to have that garden close to your property. You want to have it out of the property. Why? Because, you know, garden, you know, it attracts a lot of termites and all that, and you don't want that close to your house. One thing that you also want to do on a quarterly basis is check your dryer vent exhaust. Okay, a lot of times we are just washing and, you know, drying clothes and everything that we never check that. I think it was Miss Contessa that she mentioned that she had seen a video in TikTok. Now you can see everything on TikTok or YouTube. right? That you can use a, I think it was a vacuum to clean it out. So there's a tip for that. Okay, but make sure you check it. Thoroughly check your showers and wet areas for mildew. Okay, again, you want to check any wet areas for it not to collect a lot of mildew, okay, or no mildew at all, because mildew is not something that is covered under warranty. Okay, that starts happening whenever there is no circulation or airflow circulation, okay, which is why in our walkthroughs, we always mention, make sure you keep your AC on auto or fan, okay? Never keep your AC off, okay? Because if you keep your AC off, you will have a lot of humidity, okay? With a lot of humidity and no airflow, then that's when you start seeing mildew and mold in wet areas, such as like the restroom, also like close to the windows and doors, you know, because it's hot, it's either really moist inside or humid inside, but it's so dry outside or so wet outside that it's just trying to, like, you know, get a place. And once you have that, you know, it's really hard to kill it. You have to bring a specific person to kill that mildew and mold to treat it, okay? You can clean it with Clorox and all that, but it will start happening more often. Anyone had a question on that?
Yeah, I know this may be like a crazy question, but what if it's, you know, like it's cold outside and
yeah,
don't want the air?
No, yeah, no. So you want to do the you want to open the windows and the doors when it's nice. Like I would say, like today, you know, it's like fresh outside. You know, I will open my windows, and when it's dry too. Okay, if it's raining outside, you don't want to open your doors and your windows, okay? Because rain is humid. What is that going to cause? Bring humidity inside to the house. And that's what you don't want, okay? You just want to open your doors when it's dry outside, okay? So again, don't turn off your AC, okay? Now you can turn it off to service it, but other than that, just leave it on auto or fan. Okay. Also, you don't want to leave it on, right? Because if you leave it on and you forget to turn it off, then your AC condenser, which is the HVAC unit that we were discussing earlier, that can actually freeze. Okay. And that's going to cause you a problem later. Okay. And that can cause you, like, if it freezes, then you have a burst pipe in there. Okay. So you want to keep it at a temperature that is, you know, decent, you know, to whatever you feel that it's appropriate for you, okay? Now at times, we don't install this in the Habitat houses, but you could also buy one of those smart thermostats, you know, that where you can turn it on at a specific time to this temperature, and, you know, once it reaches this temperature, turn it back off to this temperature, you know? You want to do that. A lot of times people have that misconception that if I turn off my AC filter, I'm sorry, not my AC system, it's going to save me energy. It really is not, because at the time that you turn it back on, you know, it's going to use that same power or a lot more power to cool or heat it, the whole house.
What if
right?
you raise the temperature up like during the day? You know, when it's hot outside, yeah, raise it up to about like 78, 77. Does that matter?
No, like I said, whatever it feels comfortable to you.
Okay.
You know, as long as it's not too humid. Okay. As you, and also, you know, we gifted a dehumidifier. That's something that we suggest for you to keep. Okay, to purchase at least one, and just keep it in there. And that dehumidifier is basically going to take any moist around the house, and you will see it creates a bucket of water. And you're gonna like, oh geez, all this was in my house. your house will feel very dry too. So it's good on that. Let's see. Annually, what do you want to do annually? You want to inspect and repair the kitchen appliances. Okay, make sure that all your kitchen appliances are working appropriately. Inspect the roof penetrations annually. Okay, so especially if you had like hail, like we had hail or something, make sure you check on that. Check and repair any damaged window screens. Inspect and clean bathrooms and kitchen exhaust vents. Inspect the attic areas for improper storage of material. Can someone tell me, what do we say about attic areas? Do you get in them or you don't? No one?
Depends, right? Or no?
So the attic, in the attic, there's really not a lot of space over there. Okay. The attic access is basically made for repair of plumbing or electrical. Okay. It's not placed there so that you can have extra storage. Okay. Now, some people do store their Christmas tree over there. Okay. Which it's your house. I can't tell you what to do. Right. But if you decide to do that, make sure that you step on the actual beams, okay, on the actual, those 4x4s. You don't want to step directly on the sheetrock. If you step directly on the sheetrock, guess where we're going to see you? We're going to see you on the floor, and then probably later at Parkland, Methodist, or Baylor, one of those hospitals, because you've broken your leg or something. So if you step on it, if you do decide to get into the attic, step on the beams or the 4x4s. Don't step directly into the sheetrock, because you will go down. And guess what? That's not covered under warranty. Because yes, so that is not covered under warranty. And I don't think that it will not be covered on your homeowner's insurance either. Okay, so moral of the story, the attic is over there for the electricians and the plumbers, because they know what to do. If you do decide to get in there, step on your 4x4s. Don't step directly on the sheetrock. Inspect for improper storage of chemicals and hazardous materials inside the dwelling. Okay, a lot of times if you are going to have chemicals around the house, make sure that they are in a well ventilated area. Okay, don't spray Febreze or Kaboom or what else do they sell? Lysol in an enclosed area. Make sure you have ventilation. Okay, because there's a lot of chemicals in those type of materials. Inspect the fencing and gates. Okay, annually you want to inspect your fence. Okay, again, if you move into a house, make sure that you stain the fence. Right, once the fence is stained, it's going to actually make your fence last longer. So you want to keep it stain it. Okay, if you don't want to stain it, just make sure that you inspect it. Make sure that it's not rotten. If there's one wood that is rotten, make sure you replace it. Persistently on it. That way, it doesn't continue to rot the other ones. It's like one bad apple rots the other one. It's the same thing with everything else. Okay. Now, annually, you want to have a termite inspection by a licensed professional. Okay. So if you purchase a new construction house, there was probably not a house built in that area before, right? So you will start seeing a lot of those little creatures trying to, come back up into the surface. So Miss Contesta, probably Miss Jare can agree to me that they're probably seeing a lot of those little animals around the house recently. And that's because, you know, they're trying to come back up into the surface. So annually, you want to have someone that services your area, okay, your house, for termites. Okay, that's something that they do sell stuff like at the Home Depot and all that, but I think that's better if you do it with a professional. Okay, which is why we always stress on save, because, you know, homeownership was just the beginning. You know, it's still a lot of work in there. Another suggestion that we have here: sharpen your lawn equipment and blades. Make sure you do that when it's off. Don't try to sharpen that thing when it's on. So I think it's common sense, but you know, we always want to put that disclaimer in there. So yeah, and then again, if you pay someone to mow your lawn, you know, by all means, you know, that's something you can also do. On the spring and the fall, okay, perform all maintenance and quarterly maintenance in addition to what we discussed, okay? So in the house, you won't have gutters, but if you do place gutters, okay, if you do install gutters, you know, make sure you clean those, okay, in the fall and in the spring. Check the connection between the dryer and the vent exhauster so that the connection outside, okay, check it, make sure that it's well sealed and everything. Access all exterior paint and caulking, okay, so make sure you go around the house and make sure that all the caulking is still in good standing, you know, that there's no, you know, something that is already very dry. So if it's very dry, you want to probably replace it and recaulk it again. During the summer, what do you want to do? You also want to inspect for your roof for missing shingles or flashing, okay? And then also service your septic system. Okay, so you probably want to have like a professional plumber come into the house and see if there's no, you know, backlog. A lot of times, you know, there is, like a couple of years ago, we had to replace here at the house, we had to replace the plumbing because every other year we had a backlog. And, you know, that's because at some point down the road, like in the ground, it was like old pipes. So the old pipes were just getting the trees and all that were just getting into it. So that was causing backlogs in our septic system. So you make sure that you service that, okay? Oh, during the winter, during the extreme cold, leave indoor faucets located in interior walls dripping into to prevent pipe freezing, okay? And that's something that you will probably see in the news, you know, to leave your faucets dripping, okay? That way it is not frozen and does not burst. What if it does burst? What if you have a burst pipe? What do you do? Where do you go? Anyone?
220 insurance?
220? Well, yes, you could. You call 220 insurance, but what do you do first?
Turn off the water.
Yeah. Yes, turn off the water to that pipe that is burst. Can anyone tell me where's the water cut off at?
On a water heater?
The water heater has one, but where's the main water cut off?
Outside?
Outside, yes. Remember that little circle outside, right there by your bushes? Outside?
Yes, it's buried in the ground.
Yes. Okay, make sure that you unbury it. Make sure you have quick access, okay? Because if in the case that you have a burst pipe, and let's say, for instance, it's somewhere that you are not able to turn off. Let's say, for instance, if it's in the sink, in the kitchen sink, you're able to just turn off the water from the kitchen sink there. You just go under the sink and turn it off, right? But if the burst pipe happens like in a wall that there's no sink, right? You have to turn off the water completely. So you go there, okay? Now there is another water cutoff, which is the city one, okay? Which is like closer to the sidewalk. You need a special key for that. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you can purchase those keys at Home Depot or Lowe's, but if you're able to, purchase one, that way, if you can get to your cutoff, go to the city one. Okay. All right, let's move on. I think we spent too much time on maintenance in here. What tool should you have? You should have a starter toolbox. Okay, so it's just something that if you go to Home Depot, they actually sell that. It says homeowner starter toolbox. So I suggest for you to purchase that. I believe it's like $36. So purchase one of those, okay? You should also have a ladder. Okay, why do I need a ladder? You might need to change the light bulbs or to clean on the corners of your ceiling, right? You also need, if you want to, lawn equipment, or you can pay someone to do that. Cleaning supplies. So how do you fix a running toilet or leaky faucet? Christian, how do you fix that?
YouTube. No, there's certain ways, but of course, if you don't feel like you can do it or confident, you definitely can reach out to people. But YouTube and University, Google University, Home Depot, Lowe's, they do classes as well to teach you the basics about certain maintenances at home.
Right, depending on what the toilet, what the running toilet is, a lot of times you can that water tank behind the toilet seats, that's what's actually running. So you first have to cut off the water to the toilet, and open it and see where that leak was. You can find a lot of those pieces to the toilet, like at Ace Warehouse, Home Depot, or Lowe's. If you don't feel comfortable getting into that, call someone to maintenance it, a plumber or something, or someone. Okay, a clogged drain. Okay, they sell those plungers. There are two different type of plungers. There's the plungers for regular sinks, and there's plungers for toilets. So make sure you use the appropriate one. Okay, HVAC not working properly. That's when you call we fix it in a flash people, right? Because that means that it's not working, right? If you are under warranty, you call 210 warranty. Okay, cracks in the sheetrock. Let's see. Cesar and Jessica, you still here?
Yes, we're here.
Okay. Have you had that? Have you had cracks in your sheetrock?
No.
No, not yet. Okay, good.
No.
Well, good to hear that. All right. So I wanted to see if you had. All right. So a lot of times you will have cracks in your sheetrock. Okay, and those cracks are going to happen like on or around the doors or windows. Okay, why is that? That is because your house is settling. Okay, so meaning that the foundation is sitting down, and that is normal up to some extent. Okay, with those cracks, it's big. You probably have what they call a foundation issue, right? So for that, you will have to contact your warranty company, right? If you are out of warranty, then you will have to get your foundation repaired, okay? And that is costly. So just because you see cracks in your sheetrock, that doesn't mean that you have that foundation issue. Just means that a lot of times it means that your foundation or your house is just sitting, okay? So, how do you fix that? You just buy pudding at the store, not the store, well, Home Depot, Lowe's, and Ace Warehouse. And actually the Restore at Dallas Area Habitat also has that. So you buy that little pudding and, you know, just trace it in there in that line, and then you sand it and then paint it. Okay. But again, you want to first measure that crack to see how big it is, because if it's big enough that a warranty request has to be submitted, because you might have a foundation issue, you make sure you do that. Okay. Water pooling around your house. Okay. Most of the houses are constructed in a they grade it. Okay, so what they do is that they grade the land so the water does not sit in one place. It drains down or to the side and then to the street. Okay, so if you continue to have like water sitting around your house, so what you need to do is probably regrade that house. Okay, so who can do that? A landscaper. Okay, a landscaper can come out and regrade the house. Just let them know, like, hey, I have this water that keeps pulling in here. It just sits there for a while, and what they're gonna do, they're just gonna regrade it for you. Okay, there's a couple of other things that you can do. Is probably like add some more soil to that area. But if you continue to happen, you know, just regrade it. How often, we talked about fertilize my lawn. Oh no, we haven't talked about fertilizing the lawn. How often should you fertilize your lawn? Anyone? At least before
once a year?
Yeah, once a year, that's right. Yeah, once a year you should fertilize your lawn, okay? What we mean about fertilizing, it's, you know, use the fertilizer for the lawn, but also add seeds to your grass, okay? Depending on the type of grass you have, most of y'all have Bermuda grass, so make sure you add seeds. That way, you know, whenever it starts growing again in the spring, you will have fresh new grass. Do a deep cleaning of your house. Labor Day. No, just kidding. You should do a deep clean on the house quarterly. Okay, and that's just so that you can maintain your house, make sure that there's no imperfections like mold sitting around one area. We talked about draining the water heater, and then AC tune-ups, we talked about that. HVAC, like I said, your HVAC unit, its life expectancy is 15 to 20 years. Appliances, it should give you 5 years. But depending on how well you keep them, they could give you more. Okay. However, you only have warranty for 1 year. Okay. Your water heater is going to be 20 to 30 years. Okay. And then the roof, it's going to be 15 to 20 years too. Money saving tips: install a programmable thermostat, like I talked about earlier. Change your air filters often and keep AC unit clean. Energy efficient appliances will save you a lot of money too. Address any leaks promptly before they get too expensive. Okay, go green. Okay, so you know, try to buy pesticides that are energy efficient, or not energy efficient, but green. We talked about with the fuse box, we talked about the main water cutoff. You don't have gas, but if you did have gas, make sure you know where your gas cutoff is. Okay, we talked about the attic entry. Okay, now emergency numbers. Hopefully everyone knows the emergency number, but you know, make sure you know the police, fire, and utilities department phone numbers. Where can you find additional resources? You can find additional resources at the Home Depot, Lowe's. They have free tutorials. Because of COVID, I think a lot of those are now done virtually too, which is great. Community center workshops. A lot of times they have this type of classes too. YouTube University, like Christian called it. And then Handyman mobile apps. Okay, like Angie's List, you know, stuff like that. Any questions, answers? Questions? No?
I do. Mine is more general. Since I didn't move in yet,
yes.
Like for internet, like the electricity's in, like how do I find out the electric company so I can transfer my name once I move in? And also the internet, because I know certain internet company doesn't serve a certain area. So I wanted to like start looking into those stuff, but I don't know what's in the area, and it's been hard to find stuff on that.
Yes, so you can go to powertexas.org, and in there you put in the zip code, and it will tell you all the electrical companies that service the zip code. And you can go with any company that you choose to. After you move in, you have a certain amount of days to change it to your name. So we'll talk about that during your walkthrough.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Any other questions? No additional questions. Oh, great. All right. So I think I took longer than expected. So we're going to go ahead and jump into Christian's section. Hopefully it was a good, valuable information though.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Good. All right, Christian, you ready?
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Jean.
How can you go like into details on how to file a claim with 210?
Yes, I can do that. So let me share my screen real quick.
All right.
All right, so if you are wanting to file a claim with 210 warranty, okay, you will see here that this is our website, right? You go to where it says homeownership, down to where it says homeowners information, and then warranty, okay? In here, it's going to tell you, you know, the warranty type, the warranties that we have, okay? Everyone in this call is going to be on this warranty, okay? So what do? You could either call them by phone to this number or email them to this number, right? Now, if you have an emergency, like let's say for instance, it's today and you have a burst pipe, right? You call the plumber, this right here, this is the emergency contact. Let's say your electricity just went off and you know, you have that problem. You call this number right here. Let's say for instance that your water heater goes off. You call this number, okay? Your water heater and HC unit, you call this number, okay? So this is the emergencies. However, if it's just like just small things that you want warranty to fix, it's this two options. Now, most of the time, 210 warranty is going to want for you to submit it in writing, okay? And you want to do that as well. And that's because that way you keep record on when you called and how many times you called to submit a claim on that issue, okay? So you create an account with the portal, okay? So if you don't have an account yet, this is not yet registered, you create it, okay? You will need your first name, last name, contact information, and then the address, okay? Make sure you put in the address the way that is in your closing document. For example, if it's 2616 Corregidor, right? Make sure you put 2616 Corregidor. If it's 2616 Corregidor Lane, make sure you put 2616 Corregidor Lane. Okay, so the way that appears in your closing document, that's the way you're going to put it in here. And from there, you just submit a claim.
Okay. Was
that helpful?
Yes, it was very helpful. And then, do you know how long it takes for them to respond after submit the claim?
If you, they should respond within the 48 hours.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Christian, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I was waiting for you to finish.
Sorry, wait. I
can share my screen now, yeah.
All right, so if you haven't met Christian, Christian is our new addition to the homeowner services family. He is our new counselor. So today, he is going to be talking about advocacy, you know, how to make your voices heard. And, you know, Christian has a very high passion on the community, so which is a great fit for this. So Christian, take it away.
Yes. All right, guys. Thank you guys for being here with us. We're almost done. Again, my name is Christian Marquez. I'm a Habitat home ownership counselor. Congrats on getting you guys getting a home and your new role into home ownership and the new chapter in your life. And also the people that are still waiting to get their home. You guys are very happy for you guys and hope you guys enjoy this as much as I do. So pretty much we're going to talk about is advocacy for homeowners and how to make your voice be heard. So one thing as a homeowner, I'm not sure if you guys have kids, pets, you know, your taxes. We talked about insurance. All that plays a role into your community. And also you hear people say, you know, it takes a village to raise a child. And so for you guys now that you guys have neighbors, you know, might have empty lots. You might have issues where, you know, we talked about the tree now being on a damaged on an empty lot. You know, who could we reroute you? We could reach out to if something was to happen, right? And that's where we talk about, you know, mayor, your city council members, your elected official, you know, your local crime watch, your homeowners association. So we're gonna go into details about how that works and how you can be part of your community, not just inside your home, but of course outside, you know. So hope you guys enjoy this. So we're gonna go to bear with me, it's a PDF, so I can't do a PowerPoint. So why be an advocate? Any community problem, shortage of affordable housing, lack of reliable public transportation, too few high quality schools, amenities, etc., affects all residents. So if you guys maybe take the bus to work, or your streets are not great, or you know you might have streets that are people are speeding in, and you might want speed bumps. How could you get that the city to get that for your neighborhood, right? So when residents' voices are collectively heard in communities, a chain reaction takes to happen. So you heard that sometimes if it's 10 of you guys that bring to the police, hey, this is a situation compared to one, they're more likely to be involved than just saying, oh, it's just your issue. You just have a personal issue with your neighbor. When it's 10 to 20 of you guys in the community that are reaching out, that is where you have more power, because not only is it just your voice, but voices in your community that are saying, hey, there's an issue, we need to fix it. So either you fix it or we go to someone else. And that will get your issue resolved in a fashionable manner quickly and without having to worry about, you know, to pay out of your pocket or also having to worry about, you know, making someone else deal with the issue. So if not you, then who's going to do it, right? So one of our quotes is, be the change you want to see in the world. Again, of course, you know, it starts with you, right? As the homeowner now, you have to change the community into the ways you want, right? Of course, you won't get everything the way you want, but you also want to be aware of, you know, who's an advocate, right? Who is the community leader that you say, hey, they know more about, okay, if I have issues with the road, I go to them. If my kids are not doing good in school, you know, if I want a dog park, who can I reach out to? Who else in my community has dogs that it might benefit us to have a dog park, right? Let's advocate for a dog park in a community if that's something that will be beneficial not only for me, but also my neighbors. And of course, it also will bring equity to your home and of course, grow your net worth. So that's stuff to keep in mind, just because that is something that does tend to help. Now, why should you be involved? You're not the only one investing in a home. You also investing in your neighborhood and community. So get involved in order to be part of the solution, right? Be aware of what's going on, meet people and make friends. So again, a lot of us are new homeowners, so we might be in an area where we don't know anyone, right? That's a great opportunity for you to open that door and say, hey, you know, I'm new to community. You know, can you tell me a little bit about what's going on? Where's the best place to eat at? Hey, who can help me with this? Who can help me with that? Hey, you know, if there's some stuff going on, like, you know, everyone's receiving Amazon packages or everyone's working from home, that's a great way to kind of open the door and say, hey, you know, build a relationship with your neighbors and also build that trust, right? And then, of course, you're going to see these people for at least 5 to 10 years if you plan on being in your home for 30 years. But at least if you plan on being at least 5, 10 years, you want to build the relationships with those people that are in your community and that you see every day. Because unfortunately, if you're having a party or something, they're going to be someone that you have to make sure that, hey, you're not dealing with parking or the party noise, or, you know, hey, you want to be invited to the cookout and have good food. You know, that's a great way to build a relationship. So just be aware that that's kind of a reason why to be involved in the course. You know, it's your home. So you want to make it where you want to be able to go home and be pleased that, you know, your neighborhood is safe but also that people are there that are loved and love being there and also love being there. Because again, if you're keeping your house clean, but then they are not, you know, it starts with one person, but then two people start cleaning their house, or three people have started having their outside grass cut. The more people we have doing it, the more the person that's causing the trouble or kind of not fixing up the house will start doing something, because you see the whole community is doing that. So just keep that in mind. All right. Now, ways to get engaged. So help organize something new, like community events. Maybe you guys want to start a book club or a sports activity game, or even after school programs, any social activities, any committees. Of course, another way is get involved with existing organizations. So we talked about crime watch groups, you know, neighborhood associations, you know, become involved in local politics. Know who represents you, right? You know, we need to know you guys got a new home. So you guys might have moved into a new area. Are we aware of who is our city council member? By a show of hands, anyone, or if you can write in the chat, do you know who your council member is in your district? If you don't mind writing in the chat. And if you don't know, do you know what district you're in at least? Because that's something that people want to be aware of. Like, who, if my light's out, who can I call to say, hey man, I don't want to be without a light for a whole week. You know, those are things that you want to be aware of, that you want to be prepared for ahead of time, because you want to make sure that you tell people, hey, this is my elected official, I reached out to you. You know, you're not doing your job. So I want to see if someone runs against you, we might support them because they're doing things differently than you are, or they might do something different than you did. So if anyone can, I'll give you guys about 30 seconds. Does anyone know their council member? And if you do, okay, we have Chad West here. Okay, anybody else, or at least know the district you're in? We'll go into details about the districts for most areas, because we kind of build in certain areas. So we did put that on our PowerPoint. All right. I think it's only Chad West. All right, so let's take a look. Neighborhood association and crime watch groups with that is Habitat Communities. So based off the areas that we build in our homes and where you might be, so we have District 7, which is by Joppy. We have the Shady Grove Baptist Church. They're off of 4802 Berman Road. So they meet every last Tuesday of the month from 7 to 8. So again, if you are not a religious person at all, they do not, they're not trying to recruit you to go to church. They are just a neighborhood association that does work in the Joppy area, and they meet the last Tuesday. Best thing I would do is I would write this down or take a picture. The point of contact will be Larry Christopher. You see his phone number is there, but they are the South Central Civil League. So they pretty much meet once a month, and they kind of go over the agenda for, you know, what are the top goals or top issues they're having at the time. If it's people that need food, or maybe they're volunteering, or there might be some lots that are, you know, being abandoned or have dumped that you guys want to kind of bring out to your council member. That's something that you can tell. And I apologize, I have my period. Yeah, you want the phone? Yeah. Okay, well, go call your council member too then while you're at it, because we all got to figure it out today. Sorry about that. But also, so of course, you know, that's something that you be aware of, because again, like I said, you might not know anyone in the community, and maybe starting in a group will help you. Hey, this is where, you know, the person that's lived here the longest lives, or this is the people you need, you know, help with your car. This is the neighbor that I would recommend. They have a car dealership, or they have a auto shop. Getting into these groups will help you be aware of what's going on in the community, and kind of help you from the growing pains of reaching out, maybe going back to your community and you know, spending a little bit more gas, because you're trying to figure out where's the best place to eat, or where can I get some help for, you know, minor home repairs or car repairs. If you can do that within your community, that would also not only help you personally, but also economically help the community, because at that point, you're keeping a job within the community, and that also helps your home and of course the neighborhood. So the next area we're going to talk about is the ideal area, which is the Homestead Community Neighborhood Association. This is at the Greater Mount Hubbard Church. It's off 3421 Chihuahua Avenue, and they meet the first Saturday of every quarter. So they only meet once every 3 months, and they meet the first Saturday from 9:30 to 11 a.m. And so as you can see, that's every January, March, June, and September. And that's where you want to contact Pastor Butler if you're in this area. You see his contact number there. Again, this is just another group that instead of you guys starting your own, or having to go through the trouble of starting like a nonprofit or your own crime watch, you know, this is something where you can kind of go from a group that already might have something established, and you just tag along and add your assets and add what you can bring to the table, or your ideas, right? Because a group can never learn so much more, and there's always things changing. as you guys can see with COVID, you know, stuff changed the last year and a half. So we want to make sure that we are kind of adapting to the times. But also, you are aware that if you guys just want to start, you know, by just attending the meeting, this is where one you'll be able to attend. All right, the next one.
So this is for, just real quick, I was going to mention that the one you just talked about, that's for the people in West Dallas.
Oh, okay. So sorry.
So that's for West Dallas. So anyone on LAD or you know, in that area, that is your Crime Watch meeting people.
And the third one we're talking about is the Oak Cliff Garden Crime Watch. They are at the Bible Way Baptist Church. And they meet every first Thursday of the month from 6:30 to 7:30. And again, same thing as the other two before. You know, these are crime watches or neighborhood crime watches that just kind of want to see what's going on in the community and kind of keep you aware of what's going on in your neighborhood. Now, before we move forward, I do want to say, has anyone ever been in a crime watch or a neighborhood association? You can type yes or no on the chat. Or anyone interested in it? Maybe kind of seeing, you know, where your Amazon packages are going, or, you know, no, okay.
I haven't been part of it, but I was thinking of this too, because I wanted to start a group, but it's great that you guys are providing us with this information so we can just join a group instead of starting from scratch. So that's
correct. Great. And now you might find where you might not have one, right? So I actually called my city council member because I moved about a mile away from where my parents lived, and I never even knew about a crime watch. But when I got civilly engaged, they actually my council member had a list of the neighborhood associations or the nonprofits that ran that type of format in the areas based off the community you lived in. And so sometimes if there's not one, you can start it, right? You don't need to start a nonprofit and file with the government. And that's what I was trying to figure out, because they're like, all you need is pretty much a couple of neighbors that meet and say, hey, we might want to get some road bumps. Hey, we're all having issues with loud noises at night. You know, we work every day, or we're working Monday to Friday and there's noises on those days. You know, what can we do? At that point, you have a collective group of, you know, neighbors or people in your community. That's where you guys can say, hey, we're from the lake. You know, for example, I live off of Lake June. We're on Lake June and Masters. You know, there's about 20 residents that are complaining about this issue. It's better for you to do that than having just each one of you guys complain separately. Because instead of just being one voice individually, you have about 20 voices. So that helps you get your point across more strict, and also saying, hey, we're a force to be reckoned with. So definitely, you know, don't think that you have to go with one of the organizations in your group, because again, sometimes, you know, the leadership might not be well, or they don't meet as often as you think you guys need to meet. And so sometimes starting your own might be a great, you know, idea, right? And then you guys might want to call it something different. But I pushed my organization and my community that we wanted to have signs in our community to say, hey, this is our neighborhood, you know, because there's certain neighborhoods that have, you know, Joppy or Ideal on top of their streets. You know, it's not too much money, but, you know, that can be something where it brings more of the pride in the community. And also a lot of the residents will, you know, say, hey, well, I live in this area, right? And that kind of shows that, okay, you know, that you're bringing that pride into the school, but also now your kids feel pride because they know where they're from and they're living. So it brings a lot of confidence. So it's kind of a 360 in how that works. So definitely just be aware that if there's not a group, you know, you can start it off by, you know, talking to one of your neighbors here and there. You know, you don't just say, hey, let's just start a group. Is that, hey, you know, what do you like about the community? What you don't like? You know, what can we do better? What do you see we can do? So just keep that in mind. So one thing we want to talk about is local government. So currently our mayor is Eric Johnson, mayor of Dallas. So what does local government oversee? They see the city departments such as sanitation or police department. They do housing, transportation, and etc. Also infrastructure, animal control. So of course we mentioned earlier that we have some stray dogs, stray cats. You know, there is rules and restrictions based off that. And we pay taxes off your property tax and, you know, taxes that we pay every year that goes to those kind of things. Of course, parks and recreations, you know, you want to keep your parks nice and clean. If you want to take your kids or your pets out there, and of course you have issues, you know, this is something where you would want to reach out to the city officials to say, hey, you know, our parks are not staying clean, or our parks have this issue or that issue. You know, they don't know the issues until you actually bring it to them, or, you know, once a year. So the more often you let them know, like through the 411 app, or what now they call our Dallas app, you can go on there and actually submit tickets for, you know, the trash is overflowing all the time. Or if you're seeing, you know, syringes or stuff that shouldn't be seen at the parks, or, you know, you can report that, or, you know, if there's grass or weeds higher than the 3 to 4 feet that they're supposed to be. That's just something that, you know, our local officials are handling and that we pay taxes on. So we want to make sure that we're getting our fair share of maintenance. And of course, someone else cleaning up the mess that they should be cleaning and not just hanging out. And of course, the office of the mayor is here. Of course, you guys can call him. You know, he's our elected official. He represents all of us. And of course, we are Dallas as a whole. So definitely be aware about that. Now, so this here is pretty much the city council districts. So as you can see, Ideal, Bottom, and Joppy, they're in what was called District 7. And then Los Altos, which is West Oak Cliff, that's District 6. So as you can see, City of Dallas is made up of 14 council members and a mayor, in total 15 officials. And we elect our officials every 2 years, and our mayor is every, I believe, 4 years, every 5 years. So just kind of go into consideration. Most people here, unless you're in West Dallas, your city council member is Adam Baduza. He's city council member District 7. I have attached the council liaison, Yesenia Valdez, and then of course his assistant, Christina Sanchez. So this is the person that represents you guys. So if you guys have issues where, you know, neighbors are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, or you guys seeing some illegal stuff or stuff that it's like sanitation or people dumping stuff in empty lots, you would want to get him involved, because he is someone that's representing you guys. So definitely be aware of what he's there to do. And again, he's there to work for you guys and not the other way around. You're not working for him. So definitely make sure that you guys are aware of who he is. And of course, if you don't like what he's doing in your district, definitely, you know, be involved with who's running against them. But also, you know, if you're holding him accountable and he's taking kind of his part in, then you know he's a good council member. So definitely be aware that he is someone that is an elected official in Joppy and in Ideal. Of course, our next one is Omar Navarez. He's city council member District 6. His council liaison is Laura. And then of course, Marcos is council assistant. Now he's in West Dallas, so Los Altos area. And of course, where Dallas Habitat community offices is out of. Again, same thing. He is an elected official that's real hands-on. Of course, everyone does the job differently, but he has done amazing job. I personally know him personally, and he's done great in that district. And so I think that's awesome with, you know, building great streets, you know, making sure that you don't see too many stray dogs or cats or pets. So definitely, like I said, just knowing them, being aware and reaching out saying, hey, you know, my name's Christian. I reside at this address. You know, thank you for what you do. Or, hey, I'm not personally liking what you're doing. You know, what are you doing? What can we do better? So just kind of being aware of who's your council member and kind of saying, hey, how can we fix this? Or what are we doing to fix this problem? And knowing your council members as well. The third one I wanted to bring up is Ms. Carol King Arnold. She is currently right next to South Dallas and kind of right next to the Mr. Adam. So I wanted to put her in there because sometimes she might, depending on how the maps are drawn and where your house is at in the street, she also might be your council member. So definitely, of course, you know, definitely reach out to her. Her council assistant is Phil Foster. So again, this is contact information. Definitely, you know, take a screenshot. And if you guys are reaching out to them, definitely just let them know, hey, you know, I'm sending an email, you know, keep bugging them, let them know, hey, my house is in this address here. You know, we have a lot of dump issues. What can we do to fix this? You know, and then of course you are aware of what's going on. And of course, just be aware that every council member handles their district more than other areas. But of course, if your council member is not reaching out, definitely reach out to another one that you might feel more comfortable with. You know, there's different options to reach out and get your problem resolved if you do keep up with that. Okay.
Can we go back to the West Dallas one real quick?
Yeah, for sure. And that's Omar. He's District 6. I mean, I believe this is his third term. So again, like anything sanitation, you know, trash, pets, you know, neighbors, loud noises, the crime rate or something, anything like that, that you think that you guys don't need more police in the area or whatever the case might be, get him involved because, you know, they have the relationship when it comes to like the chief of police, right? Or the sheriff's department or, you know, the people that work in the city that say, hey, well, you know, my residents say, you know, they never see your truck or they never know who's there. They can be out there more often and they have more power to say, hey, like, my constituents are asking for you guys to be there and you guys are not there. So what's going on? And that will hold them accountable, and that would make sure that your community is being taken care of the way it should be. Does anybody have any questions before we move forward? All right, so your vote is your voice. So whether you vote is an indicator of your overall civil engagement. Voting and not voting is a habit. So again, I'm a big believer of voting. They say if you vote 3 times in 3 elections, you're more likely to never stop voting or harder to stop. Just be aware, you know, I believe local politics is more important than state and nation politics, just because of, you know, we see more of the day-to-day instant gratification. So just letting you guys know, Dallas has a voter turnout problem. The mayor race that went to a runoff in 2019 saw about 5.7% turnout of eligible voters. So that means that out of all the people living 18 years old that can vote, which is a total of we had a little bit over 1,300,000 people in Dallas, only 5.7%, which is about 75,000 people voted. So of course, that's a small number of people that, you know, get to pick who are elected officials, right? And who's getting into office. So voting is important. And if you are able to vote, I highly recommend voting. Just be aware that there is, you know, stuff every year. And again, you don't have to vote on every single idea, but just kind of being aware of what's going on, because stuff that the politicians are doing is, you know, a reflective of what's going to happen with your property taxes, you know, value of land, school, bonds, whatever the case might be, you know, all that we're paying it somehow, right? So we want to be aware of that. If my taxes is raising, why is it being raised? So definitely just be aware of why your vote matters, and the people that are elected officials are putting our, you know, putting our hard-earned money to good use and not just wasting it. Because again, we always like to complain, but no one likes to take charge and say, hey, well, what's going on? What can we do better? You know, and you never know, that might be you, that you might be the next elected official, that you might know what's going on and can fix it. All right, so again, if you haven't registered to vote, you are registered to vote. In order to be eligible to vote in Texas, you must be 18 years of age by election day, which is usually November 3rd. Register in the county where you reside, be a U.S. citizen, not be convicted of a felony, not be declared by court to totally mentally incapacitated. And of course, Texas does not allow online voter registration. Applications must be mailed in or delivered in person. For information on applications and where to return them, please visit Dallas County Elections website. So this is a good website. I like to check this out quite a bit, www.dallascountyvotes.org. And again, some voter information, just in case, how do you confirm if your voter registration status? You can always go to, you know, check your status at www.votetexas.org. What if I'm not registered? Of course, print out the application form, which is on dallascounty.votes.org, and you can mail it in or even drop it off at their offices. So here's a few voter information FAQs. So can I vote by mail in Texas? Only if you meet one of these specific criteria, which is will be out of the county on election day or during early voting periods, are disabled, are 65 years of age or older on election day, are confined in jail but otherwise eligible. Well, how do you know where I can vote? You can visit the county's voter registration website to find your early voting and election day polling locations. This may be different, okay? So just be aware these change depending on, you know, what type of elections it is or the election cycle. So just be aware. Like I said, the website is the best way to check all that information. And it's election day. So now what? So you get out and vote. Hours usually on election day are from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So of course there is always early voting, but of course they have one day of election day, which is the time from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So just be aware of that. And I hope you guys enjoy that. So where do we go from here? Of course, join Dallas Habitat's advocacy efforts, you know, register to vote, then remember to go vote. Start attending your local crime watch meetings or neighborhood associations, you know, to get more involved with your community and meet people in your community as well. And think about ways how you can contribute to your community, right? If it's just walking the dogs and you might want to have a dog trail, or, you know, just walk in a neighborhood where it's safe and you want the lights on it, you know, when it gets dark early at night. You know, fall is coming. So we definitely want to make sure that we feel safe. You know, this stuff that you know, no one is bringing up the issue because no one's doing it, but then you might be the first one. And then people might say, yeah, I might not walk at night because of the fact that there's no light. You know, and that's where you guys can have what's called a coalition and start bringing these issues to your council members and people in the community that are, you know, being leaders in the community. So with that, does anyone have any questions? Any Q&A?
No questions?
Oh, that was very helpful. So the only thing I had a screenshot. So the Homestead Community Neighborhood Association, is that for all of the different areas, or is that for like South Dallas to meet up?
Can you go back to the meeting, Christian?
Yeah, bear with me. The Homestead, I think that's the one that was in Oak Cliff, West Dallas. Yeah, sorry, they're in West Dallas.
This one here, that's for West. So where's the South Dallas one?
South Dallas will be the South Dallas Civic League.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was the first one, yeah.
Sorry, hold on 1 second.
No, you're fine. And like I said, I'm not sure you got that, but Adam is your council member, so definitely I would recommend reaching out to him. There might be a neighborhood of crime watch or neighborhood association that is in your community specifically, because they're all literally built within pockets. But of course, if there's not, then you kind of want to go to the closest community that's in your area.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Also, for those people that are moving into Ideal, which is another subdivision of South Dallas or Southern Central Civil League, the TR Hoover, which is located on Bear, that is actually a good resource because a lot of community meetings happening there as well. So I would definitely check out TR Hoover as well.
All right, thank you.
And then Boughton Farms, right? The Boughton Farms is a
Boughton Farms too.
Yeah, it's right across the highway.
All right. Well, if anyone else doesn't have any more questions, again, thank you so much for joining us today. We do this class because we mainly focus on pre-purchase education, getting you ready to purchase a house, right? But now once you're already in the process or already moved into the house, we just don't want to leave you there stranded. So we want you to be successful long-term, okay? I hope you found this class helpful, and we are going to do our last raffle before we head out. And again, this last raffle, it's going to be the grill, okay?
I think Jessica wants the grill, right? early Christmas present.
All right, so here we go. And the grill goes to Tracy Forbes. Hey, Ms. Tracy, you have a grill.
Wow, thank you.
You have a grill, okay? Anyone of those that want any gift, I will send you an email so that we can coordinate a date for you to pick it up at our office. That way we can meet there. Okay. Again, thank you everyone that joined in today. Hopefully you found this class helpful. Until next time.